It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, September 14, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Beautiful Wednesday. Final days of summer here in New York City. Nothing quite like it. Beautiful post-pay-per-view Wednesday here in New York City. Great to be back in the studio. Normal week. No missed shows. No craziness with the schedule. Of course, we're still on the high of this past weekend, UFC 279, in the rear view mirror, miroir, as they say in French. And we're still buzzing over what happened. Still can't quite believe what happened, but, it's starting to settle in, of course. And there's a lot going on, as always, in the world of combat sports. We have a lot to get to on today's program. And I love Wednesdays. As you know, I love Wednesdays. And a little different show today for all of you. So stay tuned for that. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, they are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but more importantly, the MMA Hour. Please do download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code THEMMA for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMA. Very important, THEMMAHOUR. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. All right, what's going on today's program? What are we doing? How are we doing it? What's the lineup? Back into the show, we're going to be joined by one of the greatest boxers, fighters of all time. The big drama show himself, Mr. Triple G, Gennadiy Golovkin, this Saturday, September 17th. Mexican Independence Day weekend, if you will. I know it's on Friday, but Saturday, September 17th, T-Mobile Arena. It's the big trilogy, years in the making. It's Saul Canelo Alvarez back in Las Vegas to go up against one Triple G for the third time. Loss, draw, controversy. He thinks he won both. They're going to settle it once and for all. Finally, this Saturday on DAZN pay-per-view. And we're going to talk to Triple G on the program. I can't wait for that. Stay tuned for that. That's at 4:30. Now, at 4 o'clock, the head man over at Matchroom Boxing, one Eddie Hearn, is going to join us. And yes, we've had Eddie on multiple times this year, last year as well. One of our favorite guests on the program because, we love talking to promoters. They're fun, especially ones as charismatic and colorful as Edward Hearn. And there's a lot going on in his life, not just with the massive Triple G Canelo fight, which he is promoting, but also what the hell is going on with Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. Remember, I said it after Anthony Joshua's loss. It's still possible. It's not dead. I didn't think it would be next, if I'm being honest. But much like May Mack, just when you think it's officially dead, there it is. One of the biggest fights in heavyweight boxing history, arguably the biggest fight in British boxing history, is just right there. And it seems as though December 3rd is the date, and it seems as though we're moving in the right direction. He's involved. He's talking to Queensberry, George Warren, Eddie Hearn. They're coming together. Could this finally be? We'll get some answers to those questions in a bit. Stay tuned for that. That's at 4 o'clock. At 3:30, the Parlay Pals will get together and we'll give you our picks. We're on a roll. I think we've won the last 2 or 3 weeks in a row. 5-2, I think it is overall. Is that right, GC? 5-2?
5-2, yeah. 2 in a row, too.
2 in a row. I mean, no one's talking about it, of course. We stumble this week. We'll get bombarded with hate. But back at it, and the UFC is back for their 60th UFC Apex show. It's 60, right?
UFC Apex 60. We're hyped, baby.
Unbelievable. UFC Apex 60. What a time to be alive. Very important fight. Third leg of the UFC Bantamweight Grand Prix. It's Cory Sandhagen returning for the first time in almost a year against Song Yadong. Important fight in the 135-pound division. And we'll talk about that. I think Triple G Canelo can be involved, last I heard. We'll see if anyone goes down that path. That would be at around 3:30. Daniel Rodriguez will join us. D-Rod, first time on the show. He's coming off that somewhat controversial win over Li Jingliang, everyone's favorite fighter these days. Did you see that video of Jingliang and Paulo Costa together? Who would have thought these two guys, all of a sudden, two of the biggest baby faces in the sport right now coming together, styling and profiling. Jingliang, who knew he had this kind of style? It's amazing. So Daniel will come on. He's got a great story. He's on a roll. He took a fight on short notice as well. Didn't do anything wrong. He fought his heart out. He got the nod. God bless. Looking forward to talking to him for the first time and seeing where he wants to go after this win this past Saturday. Remember, he was supposed to fight Kevin Holland, 180, also somewhat short notice, etc., etc. That's at 3. 2:30, the aforementioned Cory Sandhagen will join us, the Sandman. I look forward to talking to him. One of the smartest, most thoughtful, entertaining fighters to speak to in the sport today. Big fight for him this weekend. Looking to get back on track after the loss to Petr Yan, after the loss to Aljamain Sterling. Looking to get back on track. You know, he's had a couple of stumbles here and there, but he's lost to the creme de la creme, so to speak. So always great to talk. And TJ Dillashaw controversially as well. So looking forward to that chat, very much so. And at 2:00, we're going to be joined by Michael Chandler to talk about the fight that was officially announced. The worst kept secret in MMA was the fact that Dustin Poirier was going to fight Michael Chandler on November 12th, UFC 281, Madison Square Garden, New York City. And they just finally officially announced it for some unknown reason. Chandler will join us 2:00 to talk about that. But, you know, I am still buzzing over 279. I had that long monologue at the top of Monday's show to talk about the whole situation. I still feel like there are layers upon layers and a bunch of other stuff going on in the sport. Of course, Anderson Silva, Jake Paul coming together twice this week, and Chael Sonnen being involved, and he did such a great job hosting those press conferences. And so, you know, I wanted to go old school on today's program, and I wanted to go a little crust first, a little dinner for breakfast, if you will, or is it breakfast for dinner? Whichever way you want to slice it. I wanted to start this Wednesday show with On the Nose. Usually we end it with On the Nose. This week, let's start with On the Nose. Yeah, how about that, Frank? You ready for that?
Let's do it.
Let's flip the script and let's answer some questions in the first hour of the program. And so without further ado,
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Like Pavlov, I'm used to hearing this music at the end of the show. And so it's actually quite fun to have all this energy and just be fresh. It's like the first round of a title fight. I'm not even sweating. I am fresh as a daisy.
Get out of your seats and on your feet because
feeling good. Yeah, that's me. Thank you, Mike Heck, for that. All right, let's get to it. No time to waste. TT leads us off. Coucou Ariel, le nez, meaning nose, Ariel nose. Appreciate that. Nathan Diaz's UFC 279 win is seen as poetic justice. But don't you think the UFC still managed to partially accomplish what it wanted? Isn't it possible that Dana relented and went with the Tony Ferguson fight to, number one, ridicule a potential Nate loss by highlighting his inability to win against a fighter on a 4-fight skid? No. Are you kidding me? Dumb. 2, downplay Nate's potential victory by highlighting that it came at the expense of an opponent on a major skid? No. Dumb. You think they wanted this headache? You think they wanted to pay a bunch of guys more money? They wanted him to lose. Again, I can't even imagine how you would even think that this is some sort of grandmaster plan. By the way, we're still at number 1. I wish we were at number 2, but we're still at number 1. He wrote 1 and 2. Anyway, this wasn't the Khamzat bullfight we were going to witness, but Dana, like it or not, still managed to secure a piece of the narrative he wanted. How? Nate won. They lost. They wanted him to lose. They wanted him to fight someone who was going to beat him. But Dana still saved face. Disagree. In fact, he's still not crapping on Khamzat. He's still saying he came out. If Khamzat was like Bill Algeo, either he'd be, released, or, if he was someone higher up. I don't know why I said Bill, he's fighting this weekend, but, someone like a Kelvin Gastelum back in the day, he's got to make weight. He's got to move up. Even a Paulo Costa. This is not what they wanted. I get it that on the internet, we want to think of conspiracy theories. We want to be cynical. We want to be all that stuff. They did not want this. They didn't want the headache. They didn't want to pay more. They didn't want Nate to win. They did not want any of this. And now we're going to see if he's leaving on good terms or bad terms. Because if he was leaving on good terms, his future plans couldn't be clearer. He wants to move on. He wants to box. If they are going to try to screw him, they could not waive the 3-month exclusive period. They cannot waive the 1 year to match. They could really, Jake alluded to this as well. I'm sure he has some information here. They could let this drag a really long time if they want. If they want to be good, partners, if you will, and say, thank you for your time and we're going to waive everything, they could do that. And that was the impression that Dana was giving off on Saturday. But behind the scenes, they don't have to do that legally. And so we'll see what kind of terms they're on and if the door will be left open. If they drag their feet and they try to screw him, I'm assuming the door will be closed forever. But again, for the 1 millionth time, this wasn't a work. This wasn't some grand plan to sell tickets. It wasn't any of that. In fact, I think they were prepared to take the L. I think they were okay with this fight being the only major fight on the pay-per-view. The tickets were so poor that they had to add to it. It worked. And I think it was going to work come Thursday, Friday. And I think the press conference shenanigans helped as well. And they were fine and happy and willing to go in there with Nate versus Khamzat. You know what happened next. Someone brought up at the post-fight yesterday, Pat Miletich conspiracy. And I think he did put out some sort of conspiracy. And then someone said, no, it was actually Brendan Schaub who said, I don't know any of this stuff. I don't consume any of this stuff. But Dana had a nice little zinger there saying, no surprise or something like that. So I guess 10-7 Dana on that one. Big Back. What's up, Ariel? Do you think the way the whole Diaz situation played would make it easier or more difficult for other top stars to fight out their contract? No, I think listen, I think that if you're a top star and you look at this and you're like, hey, it's nice to be free. It's nice to be independent. Of course, you have to be a certain level. You have to be a certain kind of star, but you say to yourself, you know what? Yeah, I want that. Just be prepared for a fight. Now, not everyone's the same. I guarantee you, by the way, if Jake Paul wasn't waiting on the other side of the fence, they would be a lot more willing to let him walk. I think it's because it's so personal with Jake and his business manager, Nikisa, our business partner, Nikisa Bedarian, they are going to try to mess around a little bit. If it was, I don't know, him going off to do something completely different, I don't think they would be much of a roadblock. And so every situation is different. Every contract is different. Every fighter is different. I do think it is a reminder, once again, that everything is in their favor. The fact that they get a 3-month negotiation period and then they get all this time to match whatever, meaning if the 3 months started on Monday, he is not allowed to talk to anyone legally for 3 months. Can't engage with anyone. That's why look at how Jake is talking about him. You got to be very careful. There can't be any discussions. Once that period, the 90 days are up, then he could go get offers. But it's not as simple as, hey, I want to sign this deal to fight this guy. No, then you got to take it back to the UFC and see if they want to match it. Now you could get creative and there could be things thrown in there that they can't necessarily match. But everything from the moment you sign that deal and it's a 6-fight deal and they could cut you after 1 loss and you can't leave if you want. You can't even negotiate unless they want to. Everything is in their favor. Everything is weighted in their direction. Ahmad, salam alaikum, Ariel. Wa alaikum salam. What do you think of the fans turning on Khamzat? He's a good fighter, but the kill anybody, smash anybody act is getting stale. Do you think that contributed to the heel turn, or is it just that Nate Diaz effect? I think it's a little bit of everything. I mean, he did come, over 7.5 pounds. He weighed in over 7.5 pounds. He showed no remorse on the scale. He flipped off the people. He was cutting promos. Nate is a huge star that is beloved and is a massive baby face. I think it's all those things. And by the way, turning on him is one thing. Like, there's 2 kinds of turns. Are they turning on him because they hate him and don't want to watch his fights or buy his pay-per-views? No. They're just booing him. And I can assure you, Khamzat is a bigger deal today than he was last week, despite the fact that he didn't get the job done. The interest in this was through the roof. So, and look at the UFC. They're not punishing him. They're not fining him. They're not putting him in the doghouse. Khamzat is fine. And there's ups and downs to all of this. I mean, someone the No Context Ariel account, great guy, never met him, but seems like a great guy who runs it. He posted a clip yesterday of me asking fans at UFC, what was it, 120, about Michael Bisping being hated in America. Remember there was a time that Michael Bisping was the biggest villain in MMA. If you're a new fan, it's true. He was. Look at him now. He's beloved.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's beloved, Frank. People love him. Could you imagine a time? There was a time where people despised Michael Bisping. He was spitting on corners and stuff.
That's insane.
So it's all just in the moment. Things change, but I can assure you this, Khamzat's one of the biggest stars in the sport, and it's okay to be the heel. And in fact, a lot of people have made a lot of money over the years being the heel. It's when they're indifferent, when they don't boo or cheer or want to watch you or click on your stuff or buy your pay-per-views or buy your ticket, then there's a problem. He doesn't have that problem. Amin. Hi, Ariel. You mentioned on your previous show, Zach Rosenfield has had a big impact on Nate Diaz's career after the Conor fights. What exactly does he do for Nate? Does he represent any other fighters? Thanks, Amin. So great question. So like I said, he is a publicist. He runs a very successful firm, and he was hired after the first Nate fight to kind of help Nate with his PR because he was becoming a very big deal. And if you look after that fight, he was on all kinds of mainstream shows like The Late Show. He was on the Conan Show. He was on whatever show Mario Lopez was hosting, if it was Access Hollywood or something, one of those shows, where they're standing outside in LA. Over time, Nate really liked him and trusted him. I guess, he has a thing for the Jews. I don't know what it is, but he really connected with them, and they couldn't be more different, but they really connected. And I think Nate realized that this guy really, truly loves him, is looking out for him, looking out for his best interest, has his best interests in everything that he does, and kind of just like put him in the spot of being his manager. And so all these deals since then, kind of after the second Conor fight, has all been Zach on the front lines battling the UFC. It's usually, like I said, Hunter Campbell doing the negotiations. Nate also has a successful lawyer named Sam Awad, who's just a guy who trained at Cesar Gracie's and then NDA's. And it's kind of like a two-headed monster, but the guy who's really crafting and of course, like Nate, tells them what to do and has his own vision, but it's collaborative. The guy who's leading the charge, who's on the front lines is Zach. And everyone in any field, any sector of entertainment, sports, whatever, who has or needs representation, you'd be very lucky if you have someone like Zach. Because he doesn't have a lot of clients in this world. He helps out with some of the guys like the Chris Avilas of the world, but really, Nate's his only client. And he is just the very definition of ride or die. Like, will do anything, truly cares, puts everything in him, invests everything in him, all his time, all his energy, really, truly behind his guy. And look, the proof is in the pudding. Look at the moves they've made. Look at the money he's made. Look at the decisions they've made. And so, in short, manager, I think, is the best. He doesn't like that word. He likes representative, but he's doing managerial/agent things, which is incredibly impressive considering the fact that that's not his day-to-day job. That's not what he does for a living. A publicist wouldn't do something like that. He never comes on, won't ever come on. I doubt it. I asked him, wants to be in the shadows, but he was in the cage. He was wearing all black, I think a jacket as well on Saturday, and just a very impressive guy with an impressive resume, and the care and love that he has for Nathan in particular, it doesn't work with Nick, is very admirable. Justino, hey Ariel, what do you think is next for Tony Ferguson? With 5 losses in a row, I fear that he may be on his way out very soon. He ain't. I mean, unless they cut him, but he just got a new deal, and there's probably a little more juice left in that, in that fruit, so to speak. I thought he looked great in the first round with Chandler before the knockout, so I expected a great performance against Diaz, but now I'm wondering what kind of fights the UFC will set him up with, if any. Thank you. You are awesome. Thank you. I wouldn't mind seeing him stay at 170, at least for now. I know Diaz is, not the biggest 170 pounder. I was happy that he didn't take a ton of damage in this fight. Obviously, the knockout against Chandler was scary and unsettling, but, didn't take it, got submitted, made a mistake. I agree with you. Looked good in that first round against Chandler. Looked good in the third round against Diaz. I don't think he's done. I don't think he wants to be done. He's making, solid money now, so I don't think he wants to walk away from that. What you hope is in these situations, they match him up against guys who are appropriate for where he's at right now. Is he a top contender at 170? No. Is he a top contender at 55? No. Should he be fighting guys who are around his age? Yes. Not guys who are going to steamroll him and beat him up, knock him out, cut him up, bloody him, and now you're just like hurting the guy. Like I still think there is money to be made. There's a case to be made that he is a draw, that people care about him, that people still want to see him fight. It's just a matter of how you're going to book him. Are you booking him to put over younger guys, or are you booking him to, have competitive fights? You hope it's the latter, remains to be seen. But I'm also very intrigued by him now training in proper camps. He did a little Jackson Wink. He's talked about going to, I believe, Black House. Like I want to see him with a proper head coach, surrounded by proper professionals, and see if that kind of structure would help him. By all accounts, he was in great spirits, and you saw that. He wasn't as fired up. He wasn't as upset all week, so I think that's good as well. Daniel, hey, Ariel, big fan. Writing to you from Bismarck, North Dakota. I believe the biggest fight to make in not only the UFC, but in all of combat sports is a fight between Khamzat Chimaev and Israel Adesanya. I think it is bigger than the return of one Conor McGregor. Maybe not, but you get the point. Yeah, it's not, but fine. Just wanted to know, what do you think the path to get that fight is? Obviously, Izzy has to get through Alex Pereira on November 12th, but do you think Khamzat has to get through Apollo Costa in December, January, or can they jump straight to the fight? I mean, they can do whatever they want. There's no meritocracy. There are no rules. Sounds like from our conversation with Andreas Michael on Monday, he wants him to stick around at 70. I genuinely believe that this pay-per-view does 1 to 1.5 million buys. I disagree, especially if Izzy KOs Poatan at MSG. Okay, maybe then. Thank you. Listen, it's a big fight. I think you're overrating it a little bit. It's a massive fight. It's a big fight, but, I think Jones versus Izzy is just as big. I think Conor returning is just as big. I think Nate versus Jake Paul is just as big. So, and I think Khamzat wants to stick around at 70, it seems. So, it's a big fight. Don't get me wrong. And if he does get by Poatan, there aren't a lot of guys left there. And I think it's easy to sell. And I think they would cut the line with Khamzat if need be. There's no rules. But 1.5, I mean, that's a big number. Big money. Ariel, how about that Bills game last week? I mean, you're telling me, looked like a 10-7 performance to me with many more to come. Amen, brother. On the road, Super Bowl champs, getting their banner, all the hoopla, the Rock in attendance. Dicey first half, 10-10 going into the half, couple of turnovers, and then they freaking laid the smackdown in the second. I mean, it was beautiful. As a born and raised Buffalonian and a Bills fan, I couldn't be prouder of Josh and the boys. Looking forward to Monday night, as am I. Monday Night Football, 7:15, I believe it is. My question is, let's go Bills. My question is about the another consecutive sellout and record gate Dana quote. Is he talking about the entire arena, nosebleed, boxes, etc., or most of the venue minus a few sections that are strategically left out of the broadcast? Although I'm sure they will always do very well with sales, I find it hard to believe that they can consistently outsell NBA concerts, especially during events like hometown playoff games. Someone needs to get to the bottom of this. I don't think one has anything to do with the other. They're talking about available tickets. And I mean, by the way, a one-off UFC pay-per-view is going to draw more gate-wise than an NBA playoff game. Concert's a little bit different. They're just saying, I think it's 25, 26 the number. We've done this for X amount in a row, and now they're really into this number. Our good friend Jedi Goodman is on top of it, and he says San Diego wasn't a sellout. And late last week, it didn't look like they were anywhere near a sellout. Honestly, can I just say something? Who gives a shit? Like, really? Why should we care about this? Like, why? Well, you know, I'll be the first to admit that I'm a bit of a stickler at times. Lies here and there. Like, who cares? Does it really matter? At the end of the day, does it really freaking matter? I guess it's annoying. It's sort of like, why do you lie that no one got a raise? I get it. But in this case, like, I couldn't even care one iota. Who cares? I don't know. Maybe there's some people out there who care. I don't really care. Patrick McCrate, favorite segment of the week, 2 quick questions. Ariel, all the talk has been about Khamzat's next opponent, but I haven't heard anyone mention Sean Brady as a potential one. Not a bad one. If he could get past Bilal, what are your thoughts on Brady versus Khamzat to really see who's got next? Don't hate it. Doubt it happens. I do like the Colby one at 170 best, but don't hate it. Brady's going to be up there very, very soon. Big win over Bilal, if it happens in October, puts him in that orbit, if you will. So don't hate it at all. What about Shafkat? Too soon? GC, what's up with the MMA Hour merch? I was hoping to have a hoodie in time for fall. Yeah, GC, what's up with that merch?
I don't know, man. What's up with the merch?
That's what you got?
Yeah, I think,
He wrote it, not me. It's we're efforting it, right?
That's a good way to put it.
Efforting.
Ball's in some people's court. We're waiting for the pass back to get this thing going.
We are working on it. It will hopefully happen, but have no fear. We are working on it.
I've been in the trenches.
He has.
Ariel is now in the trenches with me.
I am.
So hopefully moves will be made sooner rather than later. Big apology for how long it's taken.
But it will be worth it.
Hopefully.
Not hopefully, for sure. A little positivity.
Exactly.
Jeez. Where's the optimism?
No comment.
Okay. Amy, my man Ariel, with Ngannou out for a year and Gunn also out until 2023, why haven't they already announced an interim title fight? Who's the interim title fight? Who's fighting in this interim title fight? I think they're still trying to figure out what's going on with December. I don't think John Jones is a lock on that card anymore. I think they're trying to figure out what's going on with, Ngannou. Is he going to sign? Is he going to resign? I'll tell you what, one story that has flown under the radar this past week is that, I think I mentioned on last week's show that Markel Martin, who is Ngannou's agent, was working for CA for a long time, is now gone to this Web3. I know nothing about this stuff. Do you guys know what Web3 is?
No.
Okay. Anyway, based on what I'm told, the CAA Combat Sports Division is no more. Now, full disclosure, I used to be with CAA. I then went to ICM, but then CAA bought ICM. So I guess I'm back with CAA now. Not really sure how that works. Point is, I don't really have that much inside info. But if you read the tea leaves and talk to people, the CAA Combat Sports Team no longer around. Now, why is this notable? Because a big part of the feud was Endeavor and CAA are the 2 top talent agencies, entertainment agencies in America, in the world, dare I say, and they're rivals, competitors. And, that's weird. Someone calling me right now. Whoop. That was awkward. What happened? Okay, there it is. So
what happened?
It was just someone calling, a friend of mine calling me. I mean, some friend calling me at 1:30.
Aren't you supposed to answer it if they call you?
We're not like super, super, super tight, so I'm going to give him a pass.
Oh,
it's not like my
man.
mom calling me. You think
Okay.
that's not cool?
I mean, we gotta
Yeah.
hold, we gotta hold it to
Rules.
everyone. But if they call back, how about
Okay,
that?
fair enough. Anyway, it looks like it's not a thing anymore. And you'll remember, there were a few casualties here. There was Kevin Lee, Caitlin Chukagian was CAA, and then she ended up, I think, signing with Dominance. AJ McKee was CAA. Not really sure how that affected any potential dealings with the UFC. Well, now it doesn't look like they're a thing anymore. I understand that there's some interest in Ngannou. There's always going to be some interest. I know Ali has been trying to sign him forever, and Usman kind of being the conduit to all of that. The what's the word I'm looking for? Like the recruiter. All to say, feels to me like if he is no longer a CAA guy, that would increase the chances of him re-signing with UFC. Also, by the way, what was his big leverage point? It was Tyson Fury. And now Tyson's talking about a December 3rd fight, and then potentially, Usyk afterwards. And even when I spoke to him in Wales, he wasn't talking Ngannou, kind of just brushed it off. Feels to me like the Ngannou thing is a lot more of a probability than it was maybe a few months ago. Now, does he return December 10th? I highly doubt it. And I think if he isn't ready to return, but is ready to return in, say, I don't know, March, then you just probably hold on to John Jones and you do that then. That means what do you do in December? There's a lot of, dominoes here. Do you need the interim belt? Yeah, maybe, but who's in that interim title fight? If Gane just won, and then what is it? Blades against someone, there's no great option. If Gane wasn't hurt, do you put him back in there against the Blades? Sure. But I think they really want to see how it plays out. If Ngannou doesn't resign, then you have to have an undisputed title fight, not an interim title fight. So TBD. Moritz. Hello, Ariel. Greetings from the Netherlands. Glory Collision 4, Badr Hari versus Alistair Overeem will take place in about 3 weeks in October 8th to be exact. That's a big day. That's also the Chris Eubank, Conor Benn fight. So a big day in Europe for combat sports. Big event over here in the Netherlands, taking place in a sold-out football stadium. Lewis adds, fun fact, taking place in the Geldome, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, in the city of Arnhem. Capacity is 34K and up to 41K for concerts. Not bad. I was wondering, what do you think about this matchup? Viva Helwani, kind regards, Moritz School. Yeah, obviously there's a history there. I've never quite gotten into kickboxing, and I can't really it's like people ask me, why don't you follow collegiate wrestling? I don't know. I guess there's only so much. I have a lot of respect for it when I see, I know about the guys. I know about Simon Marcus and Joe Valtellini and Rico Verhoeven, and Izzy was over there, and Alex Pereira was over there, and Badr Hari and Golkan. I mean, I know the guys. And this is a fun match. I mean, it's Alistair back. So I'm excited about it. I feel like we've had a couple of stops and starts with Alistair recently since leaving the UFC. Glory Pro Wrestling. So I just hope it happens and we get to see him back. But what better matchup than that one to see Alistair back in? Bad blood. Back home in the Netherlands. Gotta love it. El Cubano. Fun fact from Lewis. Not only is El Cubano not first, he's 11th. Wow. Doghouse. Hola, Ariel. This week's main event is a bantamweight matchup between two top 10 ranked opponents in Cory Sandhagen and Song Yadong. That led me to think of a top 10 ranked bantamweight matchup that took place recently and remembered that we have two legends who recently took losses that ended their title run. I have two questions this week. First, what is the likelihood of finally getting a Jose Aldo versus Dominic Cruz matchup? I think not bad. I think it really depends a lot on Cruz. He got knocked out pretty bad. Does he still want to do this? Would be fun to have that in Brazil. Regardless, would be fun to have Aldo fight in Brazil if he still wants to fight, and I think he does when they go there in January. The follow-up question is, would the winner of the matchup get put back into title contention, or both legends done with their championship aspirations? You never want to say done, but they have fought for belts before. Aldo somewhat recently, Cruz somewhat recently. There's so many young guys at the top there at 135. Feels like a bit of a stretch at this point. Vivi Helwani, thank you. Fahad, salam alaikum, wa alaikum salam. It seems to me that most of the fights that commentators are locked on, one fighter before the fight and during the fight, it would be a total praise or almost making excuses and being shocked of his performance without considering the other fighter, except Rogan sometimes. Are these instructions from the UFC to promote a potential future star? Not really. Sometimes you have bias. Sometimes you're favoring one guy. Sometimes one guy is the bigger favorite or the bigger star. But I mean, look, we all know what the storylines are and who's the bigger draw and who has a bigger future, who they have more invested in. But the UFC isn't saying hey, push this guy, do that, crap on this guy. They're not doing that. And this is something that happens in all sports. Joe Buck gets accused of being biased all the time. Mike Breen gets accused of being biased about the Knicks, and so this happens in every sport. There's always going to be people saying oh, this guy's biased, this guy doesn't like this guy. They don't do that. Ha'af Shahalvani Shalom Ariel. I recently rewatched an old video from 2010 in which you had a very heated and interesting debate with Dana White about Fyodor and the pound-for-pound rankings. Do you consider that exchange as one of your favorite moments with Dana? How come other MMA journalists will never dare to challenge Dana and the UFC's narrative? All right, well, there's two separate questions here. I'll tell you a bit about that story if you want. That was on the set. There's a clip out there, 2010. I think it's March of 2010. I think it's right after. Was it right after? was it right after John Jones beat Shogun Rua to become the light heavyweight champion. And there was a show on Versus called The Daily Line, which had some notable people on it. Jen Sturger, Leah McHugh, who works for TNT and was working for NBC, Reese Waters. And it was kind of like Versus, Versus was the Outdoor Life Network, and then it became Versus, and then it became NBCSN, and now it's no more. And it was their attempt to have like a daily sports show. And at first it was on, I think, at 5 or 6, then they moved it to 11 or so. And I would come on, I knew the producers, and I was working for Versus.com. I was their MMA guy. And I would come on to talk about UFC pay-per-views, fight nights, WEC shows, because Versus was the home of WEC, and they had, towards the end, 4 UFC broadcasts. And this was a rehearsal show. The show hadn't even launched yet, but they asked me to come in to do a segment on MMA. And it was right after Jones beat Shogun, but right before, if memory serves me correct. Was it right before an Anderson fight? Anderson was in the something was going on with Anderson and Jones and all that stuff. Fyodor as well. And Dana was there for a rehearsal. So like when you launch a new show or a new broadcast team, you're always going to rehearse. That's always a thing that happens. And some of the stuff doesn't see the light of day. Like Joe Buck was talking about how him and Troy Aikman rehearsed. They did a game that never aired prior to their Monday Night Football debut. There's always these rehearsals. You have to get ready, iron out the issues, whatever. So this was never going to air. Dana came in because he was in the New York area because the show, the Jones Shogun show was in Newark, and I was in there as well. And he did his segment and then sat in the back to listen to my segment. Now I'm very new to the game. I mean, this is March of 2010. I'm in it for a couple of years. And, I just started to strike up my relationship with Dana. It's probably less than a year old at this point. I first met him April of 2009. And so in the conversation, it's like this round table, they asked me who I think is the pound for pound best fighter in the world. And I say Fyodor Emelianenko. Now, corner my eye, Dana's like off in the distance with his whole crew. I see him getting agitated, but we just keep going. Interview ends. Again, not for air. It was never going to see the light of day. And he just gets super heated. Now, it was like a friendly heated. He's like, this is crazy. So they keep rolling on this. And, I was a little timid, but I think I held my ground. I'm new to the game, and here's the president of the UFC. I never thought it was mean-spirited. I never thought he wanted to kill me. I thought it was good banter, heated, fun, a bit of showmanship. And they use that debate, if you will, to promote the show. Like they put this out, like this is the kind of stuff that you'll see on the show. Never happened again, obviously, but they put that out there, and I guess the clip lives on. It never was like an issue. And I guess I was kind of proud of myself that I didn't say a UFC guy like right in front of the UFC president. And maybe that annoyed him, and maybe it was a sign of things to come. But it was fine. Is that one of my favorites? I wouldn't say so. Because I was never looking to verbally spar Dana or argue with him about these things or debate him. We had memorable ones, the WC merger, the Strikeforce purchase, the Abu Dhabi one, the UFC 116 one where he said it was the best night of his career, all that stuff. That one was just something, and, I probably didn't have the panache to really puff my chest out. But I did really, truly believe I wasn't just being an a-hole. Like, I really did believe Fyodor was number one. Over time, that changes. And, it's still out there. So I guess if you type in Dana White, Ariel Helwani debate, you'll see it. I think I held my own. I was pretty young, 2010. How old was I? 28? So, 27, turning 28. Yes, Frank.
I was going to break the fourth wall before we moved on.
Sure.
The name of the person who asked this question, can you say it one more time?
Interesting. Oh, Ha'af Shahavani.
Can you read that?
Yeah, it's in Hebrew.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, I went to Hebrew school.
That's cool.
Thanks. Yeah, that means the nose of Helvani.
Oh, fun.
I guess I just kind of rolled through that, right?
Yeah, like I was like, whoa, like rubbing my eyes, like, am I seeing that right? Or
Yeah. He spells his name in Hebrew, and
you just read it like it's anything
ain't
else.
no thing.
Wow. All right. Thanks for answering that.
Do you think more of me now?
I wouldn't go that far.
All right.
I mean, now that I'm looking at it, yeah, I could read that too. It's the nose of how on I see it. Yeah.
Ain't no thing. Speaking of which, Israel's up next. Weird. I wonder if Lewis did that on purpose. Good morning from Idaho. How do you think Chael did his first time as the host for Jake Paul and Anderson Silva? And is it true that it was supposed to be you? I wasn't sure after the back and forth you and Jake had if you'd be willing to be part of his next event. Thank you as always. Thank you for asking that. Nice little hot tag. First of all, I thought Chael did a phenomenal job. And I tweeted this yesterday, a reminder, Chael needs to be doing this for a living. Like PFL, Bellator, One Championship, any MMA promotion on the planet, why aren't you in business with Chael Sonnen? Why isn't he hosting all your events? Why isn't he promoting all your events? Why isn't he out there doing interviews on your behalf? He is so good. He is so entertaining. He's fun. He's quirky. That back and forth with Anderson about the barbecue, the comedic timing was fantastic, but he's actually good at like hyping things up. He's always been good at that. He's always been one of the best. Horribly underutilized, and someone needs to hire him ASAP. Now, no. Okay, you want me to sit here and pull an old B shop and be like, the only reason why he got that was because I let him have it? Absolutely not. That was his. I was not in the running for that. No one asked me. That was his. That's all him. And by the way, I thought it was a great, great choice on whomever came up with that because he has the connection with Anderson. He has, he's been talking about Jake a lot. He's got the chops to do it. I thought it was a phenomenal idea, and I thought he hit a grand slam. Now, to answer the back end of your question, are you going to be a part of the fight week, the broadcast, whatever? Yes, I am. In the ring, leading up, I think there's a face-to-face, weigh-ins, press. I'm going to do that stuff, but that's when I'm there. Mondays, Wednesdays, I'm here. And not once was anything brought up to me. And by the way, I work for Showtime when I do those. So maybe Jake says, hey, I don't want this guy there. It's possible they'll be like, yeah, all right, you're out. I've certainly seen that before. But I get paid and work for Showtime for those events. So my boss for those, I guess you could say, is Steven Espinoza, right? Head of Showtime Sports. No one, including anyone, by the way, on Jake's side, because of course, you talk about it and ask, said, you effed up, we hate you, you're out, you're done, we're banning you, like all that stuff. And I get the timing might be funky, but again, guys, remember, I only did one press conference ever. I didn't do the Woodley ones. I didn't do the first Woodley one. I didn't do the second Woodley one. I just did the one in New York because I guess I'm in New York. I don't know. So here I am. No controversy, and I'm being honest. And honestly, I think Chael should do all of them. He's great. He's so good at that. And I thought he really brought a fun layer to it all. And by the way, Chael, I consider Chael one of my closest friends in this business. I would do anything for that guy. He has done a ton for me. He has stood by my side. We've talked about this. I don't want to get into it again because I'll get emotional and start crying again. But you have never met a more loyal friend. If you are a friend of Chael Sonnen's, just for the record, you will never meet a more loyal friend. Does he have his warts? Does he have his, skeletons in the closet? Sure. But that guy is as salt of the earth as possible. Like he is, if you are so lucky to be his friend, you are so rich in this thing we call life because he is so loyal. He is incredibly selfless. He's one of those guys that you hear people talk about like, oh, he'd give you the shirt off his back. He would be that guy to you if you're his good friend. And I've seen him do it to me and so many others. So yeah, I love that guy and I will always love that guy and I will always support him and I'll always have his back. And I root for him. I saw him doing that. And I was like, A, brilliant. B, he did a fantastic job. And I'm not just saying that. So no, I know you guys want me to be in the doghouse, but I'm not. I'll be there. End of October. My family's coming too. That's a fun new wrinkle. First time ever work trip, bringing the whole family. Wife, boys, daughter. Why? October 28th is Claire's birthday. And I made a promise, and I don't know if I'll be able to keep that promise, but so far, what am I? 10, 8, 5, I'm 13 birthdays in. I made a promise that I'll always be there on their birthday. October 28th is her birthday. And so I said, if you want me there, the whole crew has to come out. And so the whole crew is coming out. Very thankful for that. If you got any recommendations on what to do in Glendale, Frank, let me know because the whole crew is coming out.
You've been to Arizona before?
I've been to Phoenix. I've been to Scottsdale. I've been to Glendale, but solo.
But then the whole family this time. Yeah, it should be fun.
I feel like you're not so sure about that. By the way, we had the cactus yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, we cut it up.
Do you want to explain this? Because it's out of context.
You were in Arizona and you bought us, what was it, like
cactus candy.
Yeah. And legit, there's cactus in it?
Yeah, it's prickly pear fruit.
So we cut it up like it was a piece of steak. I was like, this is a piece
So
for
who had
you.
the biggest piece?
It's 5 of us.
Did you throw the rest of it away or did you guys?
No. It was 5 of us. So it was pretty even,
Fun.
You know what it tasted like? It tasted like
Prickly pear candy.
I don't really know what that is. Maple syrup.
Oh, all right.
Right?
You would know better. You're Canadian. Yeah.
Yeah, but you ever have like maple candy?
No.
Come on. What are you
Can't
talking
be bothered. I'm actually not a huge fan of
Candy?
artificial maple flavoring.
Who says it's artificial?
I don't know.
Have you ever?
Maybe I've never had maple candy.
Anyway, it tasted like that. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Glad you enjoyed
I think they liked the idea that they were eating a cactus most.
Can we talk about what Frank got me?
Oh, well, he didn't get you the same thing?
Everybody
No.
gets something different.
He got me a lollipop with a cricket in it.
Wow.
And you ate it, right?
Yeah, man, look at this.
Wait. You haven't eaten it.
No,
Clearly.
of course I haven't eaten it. Look at this. That thing in the middle is a cricket.
Honestly, I feel like you
should
should
be in
do
your
it.
mouth,
By the
yeah.
way, are you chewing gum right now? What's happening?
Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna.
I mean, is this your first time on the air or what? I mean, Frank, if I did that, you would kill me.
Yeah, no.
I mean, of course, you're the
I
host of the
thought
show.
so.
I mean, but
Chewing gum?
You got-
I mean,
you
what's
got cell
happening?
phones
He gets nervous, I
ringing
think. Yeah.
and all the above. I'll let you eat it after the show. You said it's
By the way, I would
It's an
lick it to a
insect.
degree.
It's
I
just
can't
a
look
cricket.
I can't look it in the face. You want to eat it, Frank?
Frank,
I
would you
got
eat
it
that?
for you. Yeah, I would eat
Yeah.
it.
See, everyone wants to tell me to eat it, but won't do it themselves.
What flavor?
Purple?
No, but what is
Prickly
that?
pear, the same flavor of the gummy that you
Oh, but that one's purple.
That's false. It's grape.
Ah,
Oh,
wow.
wow.
And Frank
I
said
was
that
talking about the cricket.
He said that in
taste.
such a like condescending way. Prickly pear, the same flavor. Meanwhile, not the same flavor.
That is a real cricket.
You should name the cricket and then you should eat the lollipop.
Can I ask you a question? Are you supposed to actually eat the cricket at the end? Like, is it like
I don't think anybody actually.
is it like a Tootsie Roll Pop where you're supposed to eat the
It's
middle?
like, ooh,
Yeah,
finally got to the
I had
cricket.
one of those yesterday, and it was fantastic. I guess I'm about to do another one at some point.
How do you
Now
feel about the fact that he got you that and got me like the
It
generic?
was pretty disrespectful because everyone else got the cactus, fun.
Wow.
This is Arizona, yada, yada, yada.
Only one.
I'm the only one that got the cricket. He probably bought it. He was like, ah, ha, ha. This will be so funny.
Never again.
Never
Yeah,
again.
thanks, Frank.
Frank, what do you have to say?
I mean, just maybe no gifts next time.
Wow. Oh, just got an email that my son scraped his right arm while playing outside, but he's okay. Breaking news?
But
Aaron
he's okay.
Pete. Yeah, he's okay. That was most important. Greetings, Senor Ariel. I'm wondering if you have any insights on the emotions of the UFC brass from Thursday to Matchmaker Tuesday. Yes, we sat back with a what's the drink of choice over there? Howler Head. We had a couple of Howler Heads, and we talked about how crazy that week was. Anyway, were there highs and lows? Dana likes to say it's business, but I wonder if he was frustrated personally by the outcomes of these events. Keep on being the voice of reason. Okay, can I clear something up? on Friday, as I'm about to take off for Pittsburgh, I saw a tweet from Kevin Aioli where he's like, man, what Dana White pulled off in the last, 6-7 hours, nothing short of amazing. And I'll admit, I was like, I feel like we're not giving credit to the right person here. And people thought that it was me being a hater, a stickler, whatever you call it. But no, that's, and in retrospect, maybe I should have worded it differently. Here's the thing. If you want to give anyone credit, and of course, this was the best part, by the way, people saying, oh, you should be giving credit to the fighters. Like you're saying that to me, of all people, who gives credit to the fighters for everything, who freaking stands on the front lines in their honor. Of course, the fighters deserve the credit because they didn't have to take the fight. But I'm talking about from the UFC's perspective, there was one guy who's responsible for this. There was one guy who, when I spoke to every single member of this puzzle, component of this puzzle, piece of this puzzle, it was Hunter. He was in the conversations. And I believe ESPN has a story today that backs that up. It was Hunter Campbell. And by the way, I have zero relationship with Hunter. I never talk to him. He's not allowed to talk to me. He's not. I mean, there were a couple of don't tell Ariels or, this is going to get canceled. That famous line that they love to say, which I can guarantee you till the day I die, they would never cancel a fight because it's the most ludicrous and ridiculous thing to say. It's embarrassing that they even have to say that. But let's give credit. This is proof once again that I'm the only truth teller in this business. The dude who goes out there and tells people, if you tell Ariel we're going to cancel the fight, I'm here giving him credit. You see that, Frank? I'm pretty much like the Mother Teresa of MMA reporting.
Exactly.
This guy is trying to hurt me, and I'm still giving him credit. What more do you need? So yes, he's the reason why this got done. Every single person who I spoke to said this was the guy who got it done. He was there in the office. He was there in the morning. He's the one who called us. Let's just give credit where it's due. Now, Dana's the one who's going to go out and say the announcement and make it and do that on the Instagram and all that stuff. It doesn't work. He's there, blah, blah, blah. Point is, there's a general manager on every team who gets the work done. And then there's the owner or whatever who, gets the glory. In this case, the general manager got it done. And that's that. And by all accounts, it was pretty good. Now, there were a couple of, we don't want to pay. This is a good opportunity. You'll be, in the doghouse, standard fare. But most people, from what I hear, enjoy dealing with him. He's a lot more... He's kind of the yin to Dana's yang, right? The yin to Dana's yang, I believe it is. There's no G on the yin, right, Frank?
That's correct.
Yin to Dana's yang. He is sort of the good cop to Dana's bad cop. Lorenzo was the good cop, Dana was the bad cop. He plays that role, but he is in the trenches. He's the one making all these deals, and every single one of them will tell you that's the case. So that's all. That's just me telling you the truth, guys. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but, I'm just giving you the cold, hard facts. Abe, hello, Ariel. A bit of fantasy matchmaking today. If Izzy retains and Darren Till beats Dricus Duplessis in December, I hope he gets on the mic and calls out Izzy for the big stadium card in the UK. That's the fight to make. Is it? I mean, it's a big jump, but all right, sure. Also, big jump that he even beats Dricus or makes it to the fight. Plenty of ifs, but Izzy likes fresh opponents. UFC would be interested in it as it beefs up the Edwards card with Till star power. It only takes 1 or 2 wins to put him in title contention. Not sure where Khamzat fits into all of this, 170. Maybe he avenges for Till if he loses to Izzy. All very hypothetical, but what are your thoughts, bro? Much love, your boy Abe. Yeah, I don't hate it. But I feel like a lot has to happen between now and then, right? Izzy has to win. He has to beat Dricus. The fight with Dricus has to happen. Nick Hammer, do you have any updates to when Rose will return? Not yet. I haven't heard anything yet, but I'll look into that. Kind of left them alone after the last chat, but I'll look into it. James. All right, Ariel. Quick New York question / debate for you and the boys. Is a deep dish pizza not just a casserole? Where is the relation to pizza? I don't understand the appeal or the purpose. It's just a cheese and sauce mixture in a bowl of crust. Please educate me. P.S. I'm no professional barber, but I've been cutting and fading my own hair since the start of the pandemic, not to give myself the old Barry H, but I ain't no slouch with the clippers now. Get me in the studio and I can bless the head of New York Rick. Quick note from Lewis. If this were to be the guy chosen, parallels could be drawn back to the email New York Rick sent all those years ago. Again, I'm not choosing it. No one's choosing it. New York Rick is choosing the barber. So if you're in the New York area, hit him up. As far as the deep dish comment, can't say I agree. To me, it's just like a deeper pizza. Like it's not, I'll have to be honest with you guys. I don't know how many casseroles I've had in my life, but it just feels like a thick pizza. What do you think, Frank?
I mean, you've had like a Chicago deep dish.
Yeah.
Where it feels like a pie. Yeah,
it's like I mean, but right. So is in New York. Don't they call it a pie as well?
Yeah, but like, I always was like, well, okay, is it circular that makes it a pie? But then I had Chicago pizza. I'm like, this is legitimately like I'm cutting into like a savory pie. But to the point, like, look, man, it is all pizza. One has more bread, one has less bread. That's the way I look at it.
I guess what's throwing them off is that it's not quite like cheese and then sauce. You know, it's a little bit of a, it's almost like Napolitan, right? Napolitana, as they say.
No, Napolitana is like
mixed.
No, like those are thinner pizzas. that you
No,
just-
no. But the consistent, it's Napolitana, like traditional New York is like cheese and then but the ones where it's kind of like mixed sauce on top.
Oh,
cheese,
right.
Right? Isn't
Yeah.
that Napolitana?
I would just call that Chicago pizza, but
No, but if it's a thin one with that,
then yes.
that would be
You're
Napolitana.
right. Exactly.
Do you consider it a pizza?
Yeah, they're all pizzas. I mean,
No, but he's saying it's more of a casserole.
okay, and then you fold it in half, it becomes a sandwich. Like I don't.
Oh, this is
Let's
crazy.
not even go this far.
Do you like deep dish?
I'll eat it all. Yeah, I'll eat it in pocket form, bagel form. Like,
Yes.
I don't discriminate. It's you got your marinara, your cheese.
Can I tell you one thing that always pisses me off?
I want to hear it.
Why is there no sauce in a calzone? That annoys me.
Have you made a calzone before?
I feel like the calzone would be way better if it had sauce in it.
Have
if it
you
was,
ever made one though?
like personally from scratch?
Yeah.
No, of course
Like, I
not.
have, and the thing is, if you put sauce in there, it's just gonna leak out. It's gonna be a huge mess.
No, you cook it a certain.
Coming from someone who has heard
Oh.
of me. on this-
Wow, I even got my name in there. You're really big brothering
Yeah.
me here. GC, how do you feel about the casserole / deep dish debate?
I think I'm with Frank. I think it's more of a pie. Like I've had it many a casserole in my day, and I would not consider.
What is a
it.
casserole? Like, what would be in a casserole?
So, like, I used to have a tater tot casserole growing up, and it was like tater tots, ground beef,
What?
like cream of mushroom soup. Yeah, it's just like a whole mix of things. There's no crust on it. I think that's what makes it a pie.
Feels like a kitchen sink,
That's basically what a
That's
casserole is.
pretty much what a casserole is. Yeah.
but there's no crust.
No,
So then, how
on
can it be
on
a
almost
casserole
on almost
that has
every
crust,
casserole
so-
I've had, yeah, there's no crust. Now then there's like a breakfast quiche that has a crust, but it's also more like a casserole, and it's not a pie. It's tough.
I do have to make a
So-
shout out for one of the best casseroles from Texas. Called
Yeah?
Frito pie.
Frito pie?
Layer of Fritos, then some chili.
I'm not
some
into this whole
cheese.
thing of
Let me
putting
finish,
chips
and then-
into the
and then
taco.
onions on top.
Ugh, sounds like heartburn cinch. Listen, I'm not into the whole, hey, let me get a taco with some Doritos in there. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm for it.
Ugh.
I was there day one for the Doritos Locos Tacos at Taco Bell.
Gross.
And then they give them out for free during the finals and the World Series.
Why can't we just have it on the
Days.
side?
You can.
You can't.
Yeah, nobody's telling you. can't.
Fritos? Who wants Fritos in their
Okay,
actual
don't,
food?
Don't talk.
Me.
Yeah, you've never had a Frito pie?
I don't even know. I know.
Oh yeah, wow. Even Joe's getting into this. Joe is
Really?
heated back here. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's saying
What
Frito
is-
pie is the wave.
Where do I get it? In New York? Can I get it?
There's places around here that will sell it. And then the best way is like in a bar in Texas, they'll just take a bag of Fritos, cut it up in front of you, dump the cheese and chili like right there, no plate.
Is there a Takis version of this?
I'm not having this conversation.
Why?
I mean, I'm sure there is, but
Okay.
not for me.
You have to go to Sydney for that.
Yeah. Maybe Alex can tell us more about that. Volkanovski, of course. All right. Oh, speaking of which, I feel like Luz does this on purpose. Next question comes from Taco Enthusiast. Do you think that was done on purpose, Frank?
Absolutely.
Well, this is a long one. I don't know if I'll have time to read it all. What do you think?
You have time.
Hi, Ariel. 2 quickies. After attending UFC 279, my first event, I couldn't help but feel disappointed with the Vegas crowd for their treatment of Leach. Agreed. I actually feel like the crowd booing may have somewhat influenced the split decision result. Disagree. Do you think the crowd plays a role in how judges score fights? A little bit. I said this about a fight recently that was in the Apex that... Oh, no, I think it was the Kai Kara-France Askarov fight that was in Columbus. I feel like if that fight was in the Apex, Askarov would have won. Anyway, second question. The press does a terrible job asking Dana White questions of consequence. They could have pressed him more after 279 about pay for the fighters affected by the reshuffle. They could have pressed him more about Khamzat's failure to make weight. They could have pressed him more about the company's intent to sabotage Diaz on his last fight. How can the UFC press band together to actually hold the company accountable for its lackluster treatment of people? Listen, I'm not going to be one of those guys. It's a tense scene. There are great journalists there. There are not such great journalists there. It's easy to sit back and be like, you could have asked this, you could have asked that. You don't get a ton of questions. It's a lot easier said than done. Can we do anything as fans? I almost feel guilty watching the UFC sometimes, knowing how they treat some of their independent contractors. Peace. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot there. It's a lot there. I'll just say, it's a lot easier said than done. I think the overall quality of the traveling press corps has gone down. Like I said, I think it was last week, this segment. You know, there used to be a lot of great ones who don't travel anymore. All well and good. And if you're looking for like the cold, hard answers, I don't know if you're going to get it in those scenarios, but sometimes you do. And there were a lot of layers to that 279 story. And I think it might have been hard to get them all in a press conference format. I think that's a story that would be easier to get, you know, all the answers to in an interview format, if you will. So listen, I'm all about positivity when it comes to media. It's not an easy job. And if there are ones there that are doing it in a, you know, heartfelt, hardworking way, I think it's better to empower them as opposed to criticize them. Now, let's put a pin on that, number 19. I'll finish up the rest in a bit, but we're out of time as far as questions are concerned for now. I'll get to the rest. I promise there's about 6 left. Let's get to our first guest of the day. Very excited to talk to this man, and very excited about the fact that they finally officially announced this fight. Worst kept secret in MMA. We all knew it was going to happen November 12th, Madison Square Garden, the grudge match to end all grudge matches. It's Dustin Poirier versus Michael Chandler. And a lot of this buildup, I think, has happened on this very show. What am I talking about? Take a look at this.
Somebody's going to get sparked out for sure. Let's go.
I'm being told right now, multiple sources telling me that the highly anticipated, much discussed grudge match between one Dustin Poirier and Michael Chandler is close to being finalized for that return card at MSG in November. Would you want to see that fight? Would you want to have that fight?
I have no interest in fighting Dustin, honestly. I also think I was completely disregarded and pushed aside whenever I came into the organization.
He's never beat anybody coming off of a win in the UFC, Ariel. He's been dropped in his last 3 fights. He's never beat somebody coming off of a win. And I'm not talking trash, I'm stating facts.
I kind of now want to really see that fight.
He completely disregarded me, completely, acted as though I didn't deserve to be where I was. And so maybe it's a little bit more of a personal issue.
Yeah.
He was upset because somebody asked me something about him online, said Michael Chandler. And then he got upset but boy, he did his due diligence on his return fire because man, that was good. That was good.
Is Dustin a draw?
There's a rivalry there, and this is a heated grudge match. I can't wait for this. I mean, this was the fight to make. Oh yeah, there it is. Without further ado, let us say hello to one Iron Mike Chandler, who's kind enough to. How about that, Mike? Could we get some pay-per-view points for that? I mean, that's big time stuff.
Hey, dude, we're doing promos now, huh, Ariel? Is that what we're doing?
I'm just trying to sell some fights. I'm just trying to get you guys paid.
That was good. I actually completely forgot about 99% of that stuff that was actually said. So good work. Kudos to you and your team.
I appreciate that. We're just trying to spread the word about the fight, get you guys paid. Very excited about this. By the way, could I, and good to have you on, good to talk to you. Hope all is well. Could I ask, why did it take so long to officially announce this? It felt like it was the worst kept secret in MMA.
I actually don't know. And I don't know if you've spoken to Dustin. I really don't know. I think, I think we've been talking about this fight. All of us have been talking about this fight. It seemed like the fight to make. Honestly, it's a fight that I've wanted since the beginning of me coming in and signing with the UFC. But obviously, it has made a lot of sense over the last couple months. And then obviously, there's been a little bit of back and forth, and it finally got announced, and here we are.
Why did you want it since signing with the UFC?
Well, I just, I have a ton of respect for Dustin. But just because you have a ton of respect for a guy or like the way that he carries himself or thinks he's a consummate professional, you want to go out there and test yourself against the guys that are best in the sport. And he has been a perennial top guy, fought for the title numerous times, won the interim title. He's one of the guys who is the who's who of the lightweight division. And I wanted to come in, and I said it at the very beginning. I wanted to fight the toughest guys right away. Dustin Poirier fit that bill. Tony Ferguson fit that bill. Those were the two guys that we were, really trying to line ourselves up against when I first came in. And it ended up being Dan Hooker. And now here we are almost 2 years later. And I now just fought Tony Ferguson, and now I'm going to fight Dustin Poirier. So got a ton of respect for him. He's tough. And anybody who knows me or has followed my career knows those are my favorite kind of guys to fight. I want to go out there and test myself against the toughest guys in the world. And that's why I signed with the UFC. And here we are.
How do you feel about this fight happening in New York as opposed to maybe the December pay-per-view in Las Vegas?
It's one of those things where they're always trying to shuffle things around. They're always trying to put the biggest fights and matching up the biggest names with a certain amount of fights that are available and fighters that are available. So, I've done a pretty good job of working extremely hard, doing what I said I was going to do, but also being a good employee. And it's worked out really well for me over the last 14 years. I wanted to fight in December. I made that public. I told the UFC that, but hey, if I got to come back 4 weeks earlier and then, I'll have the rest of the year to kind of heal up, and we'll know who the champion is at that point in time. And I'll know who I have my eyes set on come the first quarter next year.
Was it like a timing thing? Or I know some guys don't like fighting in New York. The taxes are a lot higher. Was it a financial? What was the reason for December over November?
Well, yeah, more timing. I did want an extra month. I did just adopt my second baby boy, April 19th. I fought May 7th. So it was like 20 days before. So I wanted to get some time with my new son, and also do my number one job, which is to be a father, not just to my new baby, but also my 5-year-old son, Hap, who also now just got thrown into the fire of being a big brother, and also dealing with the ups and downs of having another child that we love underneath the household. So there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes from parenthood and fatherhood and those kind of things that are just honestly just more important than fighting. So if I had an extra month, it would have been great. But hey, fighting in November at Madison Square Garden, they love to bring out the big guns for Madison Square Garden. And they were adamant about putting me on that card. I know Dustin was wanting to fight much earlier than November. So it made sense, to check both of those boxes. And I obliged and said, okay, I'll do it in November. And here we go.
And by the way, I think you're in Florida now, right? Will you not see your family till November?
No, I will. I fly home every single weekend.
Oh, wow.
So I'm skipping this weekend because I just got down to Florida, and I'll be home every single weekend. So, it's like I said, some things are more important than fighting. I made a decision many years ago that, hey, if flying home every single weekend or taking my son here for a week or two here and there, if that ate away at my fight career or ate away at my ability to win fights, I was going to be able to accept that, because my number one job and my number one pleasure in life is being a father and being a husband. So I fly home every single weekend, and it's worked out well so far. So we'll keep on doing it.
What are those Sundays like when you have to say goodbye for the week? Is that tough?
Yeah, it's more once I get into training camp, it's much better. Honestly, these last couple of days have been really tough. The last 2 days leading up to, me packing my bags and, eyes welling up with tears as I'm packing up my bag. My son comes home, starts asking more questions. He knows that I'm leaving. And then you get down here and, one of the saddest moments of my life is when I put that key in the door and I open up the door to this house that I own down here in Florida. It's great to have my own home, but it also kind of is a somber moment, because here I am in solitude away from my favorite people in the world. But it's part of the sacrifices that must be made in order to be successful. And my wife is an absolute angel and gives me the leeway and the permission to continue to pursue this goal and these goals and these dreams. And I do as much as I possibly can to just be as present as I possibly can when I'm home, and then also as much as I can during training camps.
Is this personal for you, this fight?
No, it's not. I think I've made fights personal in the past, and it's never worked out really well for me. But truthfully, those I think those moments or those kind of relationships and scenarios warranted somewhat of a personal beef, if you will. I really honestly have nothing against Dustin. Would I have taken the fight against Dustin had he been in Bellator for however many years and then came over and I was a top 5 guy? Would I have fought him? I probably would have, but I can't say for certain that I would. Would I have said the same things that he did about me? Possibly, if I was thinking that I had cut my teeth in the same organization, in the biggest organization in the world for 15 years, like he did. So I can't put myself in his shoes, but it's not personal. I think people want it to be personal. He and I will, as we always do, go out there, bite down on our mouthpieces, and get into a hard fought scrap, and it will be entertaining. And like Dustin said, someone's most likely getting sparked out. So we'll see what happens.
The crazy thing is, just knowing both of you, I feel like in an alternate universe, you would be really good friends. Like you're actually quite similar. Family guys, you love your family. Like it's just your identity. You do a lot for your communities. You're philanthropic. Like I actually feel like you have a lot more in common than you don't. But maybe because you're so similar, that's why you don't get. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean that could be a possibility. I do think, like I said, you heard me at the top of the show. Why I am excited about this fight and why I wanted to fight Dustin. It wasn't because I had anything against him. I want to compete against the best guys in the world in and outside of the octagon. And Dustin fits that bill. He is, I think that could be a possibility, but definitely at least up until November 12th. And who knows, you might be able to throw a rematch in there down the line. We'll see. But until then, we will remain adversaries, not necessarily enemies, but adversaries.
What happened in July at that event, July 4th weekend? Gilbert Burns, of all people, captured it on camera. What happened there?
Gilbert Burns trying to take your job.
Yeah.
The best MMA journalist on the planet, Gilbert Burns. No, man, I spoke about it at the press conference. Essentially, I came down there, was walking in front of the barricade, heard someone screaming in my direction, looked over, it was him, and we had, we exchanged some words. But I think that's, I think that's in the past. I think that's something that, Dustin has spoken about. He said, hey, I'm not going to talk trash on social media. I'm going to go out there and say something to a guy's face. And he had a moment to say it to my face. And he said what he said. And I said, all right, dude, cool. I'll see you when we fight, if we fight. At that point in time, I wasn't necessarily interested in fighting Dustin. I was waiting to see when Conor was coming back, what that was looking like. Cause obviously I think I'm, one of the guys who's in the front running for that fight, because it would be such a big, exciting fight. So, but obviously the cards fell where they are. And now we get to look forward to Madison Square Garden, November 12th.
Was there a point where they were like, all right, we are going to try to make this Conor fight, and then it's very clear that he's not coming back probably this year. He's not in the cards at all. And you were bummed about it. Like, did you get your hopes up that you would be fighting him, and now, you never know what's going to happen. It's now on the back burner.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this numerous times too, where it's, you never get your hopes up for a Conor fight with the landscape of mixed martial arts and where Conor is, and his last couple of fights, obviously coming off of a really bad injury, and also him earning the right to pick and choose when and where he fights and how often he fights. And, we saw him, he took the Roadhouse remake position as one of the actors there. So he's got the world at his fingertips in a lot of different ways. So I'm over here very much focused on things outside of the cage and building businesses and being a part of businesses and building my life to provide for my family. But my number one way that I do that is mixed martial arts. For him, I don't know if that's actually the case. So he's got a ton of options. So I didn't really get too high on it. Didn't really put my faith in that fight actually happening, even though there was some good momentum, and there still is some good momentum. But I still got my sights set on becoming world champion. I think I beat Dustin November 12th. I think I'm the next guy in line. I fight Islam or Oliveira first quarter of next year or summer of next year, whenever that fight materializes, and I'm your world champion by middle of next year.
Who do you think wins that fight?
I think Charles wins that fight. I
Wow.
think it's crazy that Islam is a favorite. I would say aside from Charles Oliveira not making weight in the last fight, which was obviously unprofessional. I think even he would admit that. And it's not indicative of champion, the way a champion carries himself. It's tough to make weight at times, and he missed it. But aside from that, man, the guy has looked he's looked very, very good finishing guys. His hands have come a long way, and just his overall confidence, the overall confidence that Charles Oliveira has now compared to, a couple of years ago when he was, as I've said before, somewhat of looking at becoming somewhat of a journeyman, up and down, could not be relied upon to have it put together and string together good performances. He has now turned that ship, righted that ship and turned it around. And he's our champion. Well, not technically our champion, but he's in everybody's eyes, our champion for a reason. I think he goes out there and beats Islam handedly.
So, all right. So let's say he wins, and let's say you win, and now it's March, April, whatever. And they say, all right, we got good news. Conor is back and he wants to fight you, or you're getting this title fight, this rematch. Which are you picking first?
Dude, that's a hard question, but I honestly fight for the title.
Really?
Win the title. My number.
Is there more money to be made from Conor?
Yeah, probably. Probably. But I started this journey in 2009. I fell short of becoming a national champion in wrestling at Mizzou. Obviously, I was a multiple-time Bellator champion, but I was never the number one guy in the world. I go out there, I win the UFC title. I'm the number one guy in the world. I can rest my head on my pillow for the rest of my life knowing that I was a champion, knowing that I've always put it on the line. I've always acted and treated this like a profession and always stayed disciplined, but have never been the number one guy in the world. I want to become the number one guy in the world, and that's my ultimate goal. And I do think that's going to happen, and I think that's in the cards for me. And then I fight Conor after that, and it's an even bigger show.
So you would be okay with giving him a title fight, even though, maybe from a meritocracy standpoint, as of late, he doesn't have the wins to back that up.
That's never up to me, obviously.
Yeah. You'd be the champ in this scenario. You're the
I would be the champ. But also, we are in a very intricate business that not many people understand. You understand it better than most do who are not actually in the sport, as far as an athlete or a coach or a manager. But there's so many people who just don't understand the little nuances and idiosyncrasies going on behind the scenes. So, we'll see. I would definitely be okay with it. We'll put it that way.
Speaking of which, can I ask, what did you think of this past weekend? All the craziness. Nate, Khamzat, talk about a guy missing weight. Khamzat misses weight. Nate gets the more favorable matchup, and now it seems like he's going to go your route, test free agency, but obviously leaving the UFC. Just your thoughts on what transpired, because it was one of the craziest 24 hours in UFC history.
It was, it was one of those moments, and it doesn't happen too often. It's one of those moments where you just keep refreshing your Twitter. You're like, okay, what's Ariel saying? What's this guy saying? What's that? Because you're trying to figure out what's going on. And then, so obviously the press conference, then the weigh-ins, then the shuffling. It's crazy. I think the matchups changing and shifting like they did, 6 different guys were affected by that. And then I think we still got a great main event. I think honestly, a more competitive main event. Definitely a better deal for Nate Diaz. Probably a better deal for Tony Ferguson, honestly, from an eyeballs and a platform standpoint. Lee and D-Rod, I think, probably took the biggest hit, if you will, or the biggest, kind of gamble, if you will, but they still stepped up. I'm sure they got paid. I'm sure they got paid more. I'm sure they got taken care of. This is one thing that a lot of people don't understand as well. Everybody wants to talk about the big bad UFC and the big bad Dana White. If you do things right, if you show up, you exceed expectations, you will be taken care of. And I don't think there was anybody on the planet that envied Dana White, Hunter Campbell, Sean Shelby, Mick Maynard that night when they were trying to figure out what the heck they were going to do to salvage a card that literally got a grenade thrown in the middle of it. It's those moments why they are where they are, and they pulled through and they did some shifting around, and we got a good card out of it.
Agree with everything.
And might I add,
yeah,
I'm going to get called a brown noser and a bootlicker for this, but I watched the media scrum. Dana White, not one time did he say, these guys are idiots. They're off the rocker. I can't control these guys. They're dummies. They're fighters. What do you expect when fighters get in a room? He took the hit the entire time. We didn't have enough security. We didn't have enough people there. We were not prepared. We fell short. And that's what a good leader does. So I'm going to get called a bootlicker and a brown noser for that. But I watched it and I thought, that's what the cream of the crop does when you're running a business. You don't blame other people. You take 100% ownership of it. And once again said, we will be more prepared next time.
Agree with everything you said. I thought he handled that post-fight scrum. That was the presser scrum on Thursday. Yeah, handled that very well. And I agree with what you said about the event. The one thing that I thought was interesting, just to retort, was he actually was asked if everyone got taken care of, and he said no. He said they all have contracts. They're going to accept the fight. Here's the thing. They were taken care of. I know this for a fact because, I talk to people. And so why would you not tell the truth about that? Because you don't want to set the precedent for other guys to ask you for money. But that's the one thing I'll push back on what you just said and be like, why don't you just say, hey, we took care of the boys. They did us a favor, 24 hours notice. We wanted to help these guys out. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Maybe I think it in some alternate universe, it actually kind of makes sense. I think it does. But like you said, I've heard the same thing too, where I'm like, why would you not admit that right now? Because that actually makes you look good. And
Yes.
all everybody does is throw darts at you and throw venom at you, so all that to say, once again, I will always get called a brown noser, but I know some things that behind the scenes where I'm like, okay, they're a well-ran organization who takes better care of people than people actually think they do. But I always love the best kind of gifts are the ones that you don't expect anything in return, and the ones that you don't gloat about. And that's just true in life, in business, in relationships, and everything. So it kind of makes me respect him even more that he did go out there and gloat.
Well done.
But,
well done. You think Nate's making the right choice by leaving?
Shoot, man. Yeah, I do. I really do. There was a moment there where I threw my name in the hat for the Diaz fight, obviously, because as I said, my number one goal is to become the number one guy in the world. That also comes with notoriety. Fighting Nate is a big fight, but obviously my number one goal is to always fight the next guy in line who's going to get me to the title shot. Dustin Poirier is that guy for me to get to the title shot. But I think Nate's got a plethora of options. The guy is a huge draw, a big name. He is intriguing. He is interesting. People want to see what he's going to do. I've heard a couple different takes on what he's going to do. Obviously there's a couple low-hanging fruits out there, a couple obvious options. And then also the greatest thing too, even with all the middle fingers to the man and the water bottles thrown, he still said, I'm going to come right back here to the UFC. Now, why would Nate, number one, say that? Or why would he want to do that? Even if there's a little bit of tension right now. So it just goes to show this is the place to be. This is the big show. So it's he's going to go out. He's going to have a little bit of fun, do some other sports or whatever he said, and we'll see Nate in the UFC later on down the line.
Just curious your thoughts on Tony Ferguson since you just fought him. What do you think he should do? I mean, I know it's a weird question because everyone's career is different. You could do what you want. No one wants to be in this spot. Hey, you should retire this, that. And to his credit, I was just saying this earlier, didn't get beat up in this fight, didn't get knocked out like you knocked him out, but still it's 5 in a row and clearly on the back end of the career. So what do you want him to do? Or if you were advising him, what would you advise him?
Yeah, honestly, Ariel, you have too big of a platform for me to interject my opinion. I never want to tell a man what to do with his career. I love Tony as a fan of what Tony has done. He's been an absolute ridiculous joy to watch over the last however many years he's been in the UFC. Obviously, getting to compete against him was awesome. I wanted that opportunity, and it came and worked out well for me. And as you said, he didn't get beat up. And honestly, I would say he was winning the fight in a lot of ways. I think that fight goes 2 more rounds and he keeps chewing up Nate's front leg. That fight goes to the scorecards, and it wasn't as dominant of a victory as a lot of people would claim the way that it actually ended with Nate actually submitting him. But never want to tell a guy what to do. But I do wish him the best. I hope he does. It'll take a little bit of time off. It is pretty crazy that he just fought this past weekend. I'm not fighting for 9 weeks, and he was the one, who lost consciousness in our fight. So definitely take some time off. Let your body heal a little bit.
Back to Dustin. Can I make a request? Can you take this request and send it to the Power Sepi? If they tell this story the right way, like the real behind the scenes stuff, I feel like this could be one of the biggest fights of the year. Like the whole thing of you coming over and you were going to be the backup fighter for the title fight, and he was unhappy, and the negotiations, and then that moment at the press conference where you guys are both backstage and he just beat Connor and you just beat Dan Hooker, and the tension there, and you're like two alpha males. It's like old school wrestling tournament guys who just kind of like respect each other but want to beat each other. Like if they tell this the right way, I feel like this could be an incredibly big, like as much heat, if not more heat than the main. I'm being honest, because both of you are so popular as opposed to Izzy, who's gigantic, but Alex is a little newer to the scene, Alex Pereira. Will they tell this story? Will we get the real deal, heat here, or are we going to get the sort of G-rated version?
I think they will. I mean, if there's one thing that we've seen that the UFC is really good at, it is storytelling, and it is hyping up fights. So we'll see. There's some stuff that was caught on their cameras. There was some stuff that were caught on Gilbert Burns' camera. Somehow he was the only one. I guess he was the closest right there. So hopefully they pay Gilbert for that footage from his phone as a media member. But I think they will. They do a very good job of painting a picture. They do a very good job of making people feel something as we are going into, the countdown show, into the fight week stuff. Countdown show is going to be coming down here next week, I believe. So the one-stop shop down here, because Dustin's 15 miles from me, and I'm down here training as well. So it should be pretty easy, and maybe they'll bounce back and forth and see how we're both reacting to the scenario.
You said it's not personal for you. Do you think it's personal for him?
I do. I don't think it's personal towards me. I think it's personal because of me, but not towards me, if that makes sense. What do you mean
by that?
I think Dustin's been the guy for a very, very long time. And I was a guy who came in and have done what I've done. So I don't think it's actually directed necessarily towards me personally, just this figure of this guy who is me stepping inside the cage. Like you said, from the backup fight to the press conference where he said he didn't want to fight me. It wasn't necessarily Michael Chandler. It was the guy who came over, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And if I know Dustin, or if Dustin's anything like me, I could care less who I'm actually fighting. To me, it's a guy about my size with 2 arms and 2 legs who's got some abilities, and he's got an agenda. His agenda is to beat me. My agenda is to beat him. And I don't think he sees me whenever he's standing in front of me. I could be wrong. That's how I kind of navigate the waters of fights. It's not an actual person. It's just a guy with 2 arms and 2 legs with some abilities and an agenda to beat me.
Any relationship with, you guys have been around a very long time. Did you guys ever have any kind of relationship?
Yeah. Only twice now. The second time was whenever we, he yelled at me at the,
that's it.
But the first, but the first time was actually my last fight on my Bellator contract. I was at Mohegan Sun, about ready to fight Benson Henderson. It was the day or two before the fight, and we both, high-fived. Hey, man, been looking forward to meeting you down the line. I'm a big fan of you. Oh, hey, I'm a big fan of you. Congratulations on all your success. It was very, very, very cordial. And I think that's where this whole dust-up happened happened at the fights. Was basically I was very respectful to him and very nice to him, which I meant every word that I said. And then once we both kind of got in the same organization, tensions started rising, and I don't know if I like that guy as much as I did now, because he's now a competitor of mine. So I think that's where it comes from, but I think he's got respect for me. I got respect for him, and we're both 2 of the top guys in the world. So we're just going to go out there and duke it out.
You got a lot going on. I saw you were just in Iceland, looked incredible. And I know, I'm a big peanut butter and jelly fan myself. It's like my number one thing. And I see you talking about this new snack situation. Can you tell me about this? Because I even ordered it off your Instagram yesterday, believe it or not, as did Connor, my guy back there. So we're going to have it here at some point. It's a 4-hour show. I get very tired towards the end, so I feel like this will give me a boost. So tell me what this is over here. We're showing some photos right now as you speak.
Nice. Yeah, no, it's a perfect on-the-go snack. So it's called cramnutrition.com, and it is the PB&J reinvented. There are some other similar products on the market, but when I tell you that ours is packed with not only nutrients, but protein, 100% sprouted organic and fermented bread. So it's lower in gluten. It's 100% fruit jelly. So there's not a bunch of added sugars. Obviously you being a father, myself being a father, kids love PB&Js. So I want to feed them Cram because we actually have really good nutrient complex inside of it. They are so much more of a healthier version, spin off of the old school Uncrustable that is should not be putting in your body. So I've become an owner of Cram Nutrition.
Oh wow!
It's Austin and Ruth, the co-founders. They are based out of California. They are the brainchilds of this thing. They started it out of a little shop up in California. Now we are nationwide in Sprouts stores. I don't know if you have Sprouts in New York.
Yeah.
But we are now nationwide in Sprouts stores, Erewhon Market. Obviously, we do a lot of sales off of our website. And man, I'm just excited to have to. If you know anything about me, I love to train hard. I love to eat right. I love to get as much as I possibly can out of this body. I'm almost 37 years old. So I've done a pretty decent job of taking care of my body, putting the right nutrients and the right fuel into my body. Cram Nutrition will be part of my training camp when it's a perfect on-the-go snack, because come get them frozen, throw them in your bag, a little bit icy, a little bit cold. They stay on the shelf for numerous days. We actually found a way to add an enzyme to them, a naturally occurring enzyme. So there's no preservatives, but it increases the shelf life because of a naturally occurring enzyme. So I'm excited about the people behind it. I was excited to be a part of the family, and I'm excited for everybody to try it because they are absolutely delicious.
I'm excited to try it as well. And what's the website?
Cram Nutrition, KRAM Nutrition.
.com.
So right now we have sample packs, or we just launched this week in Sprouts nationwide, so they might even be in a Sprouts store near you. And from there, we're going onward and upward. We're going to hit every single retail store in the country. Worldwide.
You need to do me a favor. I swear to God, this happened literally yesterday. I'm driving and I'm talking to mutual friend Daniel Cormier. I swear this happened. And he says to me, have you ever tried this thing called Uncrustables? And I said, yeah. He goes, I swear. Talk about, on point, right? And he's like, I love this. I'm going to buy some more right now. I can't stop eating this. And then I knew I was talking to you later in the day and I was reading up about this. I was like, holy crap, like someone needs to get this to DC. I think he's had enough Uncrustables for a lifetime.
Absolutely.
So you need to hook up DC.
Absolutely. Well, number one, I have no idea how he has just now tried Uncrustables. They've been around forever.
I know.
But as we continue to innovate and as we continue to put more research into what we're actually putting in our bodies, that's what Austin and Ruth did. They said, hey, this idea is a great idea, but the ingredients and the quality is crap. Let's make real fruit jelly. Let's make 100% Valencia peanut butter. Let's make it low in gluten. Let's make it 100% sprouted fermented bread. I've talked to, obviously I'm connected to a ton of people in nutrition and diet and research. I want to get as much longevity out of my body as I can. And everybody that I've sent it to have said the nutrition profile is absolutely bonkers. So it's pretty cool. I'm excited for everybody to try it. Cramnutrition.com, cram with a K. And I hope you get some very soon. And maybe I'll hop back on and we can share a cram together. We can do a cram review together.
In New York, when you're here for Fight Week, please come by the studio. We can have a little snack together, okay?
Now that's a good idea. Now you're talking, man. You're cutting promos and you got a promo already set up. Let's go, man.
Just trying to, build some hype. Last thing before I let you go, good luck with Cram. Good luck with the fight. I don't wish you luck on Monday. I'm sorry for your loss. My Buffalo Bills going to lay the smackdown on your Tennessee Titans. I just want to throw that out there because it's not going to be close. I just want to let you know.
Hey, the Bills are looking good, but I'm going to tighten up, baby.
Okay.
I'm going to be here watching it by myself. So shoot me a text. I'm going to shoot you a text every single time we move the ball 1 yard.
Yeah, exactly. Deal. Good luck with that.
Michael 10 to 1 text Chandler, remember? So I got to make up.
I know you are. That is stuck. Although you got a little better after that. I don't know if it was a self-conscious thing or whatnot, but I do appreciate the rapidity in which you reply. So thank you very much, Mike. Good luck to you. Be safe out there in Florida. Good luck with Cram Nutrition. Can't wait to try it. And good luck as you train for this massive fight November 12th. Appreciate your time as always.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the time. Appreciate you, Ariel. I'll see you in November.
Yes, sir. See you at the top as well. There he is, Michael Chandler, joining us. Big fight for him, November 12th. And I can't wait for that fight. Massive heat, massive buzz, massive card, massive venue, Madison Square Garden. Now, can't wait for Saturday. Not only are we getting Triple G Canelo, but we're getting it won't go head-to-head. So if you're worried about that, do not be worried about that. It won't go head-to-head. The third leg of the UFC Bantamweight Grand Prix, we had Cheeto versus Cruz. We had Merab versus Jose Aldo. Later in October, we have, of course, Sean O'Malley and Peter Yan in the title fight, Aljamain Sterling, TJ Dillashaw. But we've got the third leg on Saturday, massive fight. One of our favorites, Cory Sandhagen, finally back against Song Yadong. He's kind enough to join us on a very busy Wednesday in Las Vegas. There he is. Old Cory, how are you, my friend? Long time.
Yeah, I'm good, Ariel. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. Wow, crystal clear internet over there. It feels like you're actually in the room with me right now. What is going on over there?
Good. Yeah, I don't know. The lighting's just really good. I'm sitting in front of the window for you.
It's beautiful. Welcome back. Thank you for doing this. I know you have a busy day of media and whatnot, so I appreciate you very much. Could I ask off the top, why did it take you so long to come back? We haven't seen you since October. It's been almost a year now. Why the layoff?
Yeah, I mean, I needed the time to develop my skills, man. Like, I really wanted to hammer down in a lot of areas that I feel like I needed to hammer down in. I had lost like a couple of really close fights against some of the best guys in the world, and I was just, not happy or okay with losing those fights, So it's kind of hard to develop skills when you're in a training camp training for one guy. So I needed a year to really like solidify a lot of things, get better at a lot of things, so that when I make this next title run that hopefully is starting on Saturday, I can do that and be active and not have to stress about learning new things.
Was this your decision in that they came to you and said, hey, you ready to come back in April, man? You're like, no, I want more time?
Yeah, I pretty much said that I wanted more time.
Wow.
I wanted to fight in so like a little bit earlier, like I would have been ready in the summer. I would have been cool with that, but it got pushed back till September. And yeah.
Did you feel like it was a mental and physical thing for you? Like you really had to not only give your body a break, but was it part of the mindset as well that you had to work on?
Maybe, I feel like my mindset is really good now going into fights. Like I can enter into that, like just full blown, like savage person now pretty quickly. I did need a little bit of like a nervous system break from fighting, I went through 4 camps because TJ had pulled out of the fight like 2 weeks or 3 weeks before or whatever. So, my camps are really hard. They're really regimented. They take all of my energy in my life. And so, yeah, I needed a little bit of like a nervous system break from always having a fight on my mind also. So that was a piece of it, but most of it is me just wanting to develop skills.
You're one of my favorite follows on Instagram because I feel like you're somewhat reluctantly on Instagram. By the way, congratulations on the new name. You're no longer Enter the Sandman 135 or whatever. Yeah. It's like Cory. Why did you change your name, by the way?
I don't know, man. People were just like, people told me I need to be professional. I don't know what I'm doing on the internet, dude. So I just go with what people tell me.
You're fantastic. And also in August, first of all, we have a lot in common, you and I, whether you know it or not. I love a good coffee shop. There's few, like I tell my wife, like my favorite 30 minutes in days if I could go to a coffee shop in the morning and get a cappuccino. You're a big cappuccino guy as well, right?
Every single time or not every single time, but yeah, I'm a big cappuccino guy.
Oat milk or almond milk?
Normal milk, dude.
What? I would have thought. Really?
There's no normal milk. Everyone is on these like fruity. Yeah, no, man. Normal milk, bro. Normal milk is the best tasting.
Captain
milk.
Planet is having the cow's milk? I'm shocked by this. 2% whole milk? What are you having?
Whole milk if I can, man. Whole milk's the best.
Wow. I thought for sure you would have been like, I'm an almond or oat guy. Have you ever had an almond cappuccino?
I don't think so.
Wow. I'm blown away by this right now. I'm shocked. You're down with the cow's milk. I'm a little bit turned off from it. It's kind of gross if you ask me.
Sorry, I'm a half and half guy too. So in my coffee, it's half and half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, in August, what's that?
You put almond milk in your coffee?
Absolutely. I only put almond milk in my coffee.
That is disgusting. Almond milk and coffee do not belong together.
It's fantastic. Or oat milk. It depends on the brand that they have. I'll ask them. The barista brand, I'm down with that. If they give me like the silk or any, I don't like that. That's it tastes like burnt styrofoam. But I will never have cow's milk in my coffee. Like I'll throw up if I have that.
Oh my God, man. You're losing a lot of street cred. The little bit that you had left is just completely tarnished.
Well, I'm still going to give you props here because in August you had this amazing post, another cappuccino down. So I'm like, yes, cappuccino guy, love it. And you wrote this, trying to figure out how to be a competitive freak of nature and an affectionate, loving creature in the same moment. Serving 2 altars, tough stuff, life of paying and creating karma ahead. I believe one day I'll figure it out. Got to document my feelings to the public, branding, in another life on a different planet, on a different plane. You'll get lucky and understand eternity. Till then, enjoying the pleasures that I know. Good luck today, friends. I mean, this is deep stuff while having a cappuccino. What prompts you to, expose your soul like this to the public?
I think that it's like a missing piece sometimes in the human existence, especially like, like, I don't know, man. The only things that I really think about are like, I feel like existential things, like where do we come from? Where are we going? What are we doing here? You know, like what's the purpose of all of it? Like those are the things that I think about, man. And I feel like I don't really know why, but those are important things that I feel like people should probably be thinking about. So when I do use Instagram, it's either to like promote something or to like maybe get people to think a little bit about the deeper and more important pieces of life than just the whatever we're all trying to get.
In that post, I don't know if you remember it, like you had some a thing that you opened up with writing. I'm not going to read the whole thing. If you could go into a meditation, what was that you were reading? And I think we just showed it on the screen here for the viewers that are watching right now. Yeah, there it is. What is that?
That's this book called Be Here Now by Ram Dass. It's almost become like my Bible in a way. Like I grew up Christian, but I'm not super religious anymore. But it's become like my like peaceful, you know, loving piece of literature that I like to read. And it's fun because it has a bunch of cool pictures and stuff. But it was written by this guy named Ram Dass, who people might know or they might not know. But super interesting guy. He was like a Harvard graduate who like studied like psychotherapy and stuff, and then became like kind of like a monk guru guy. And he just does a really great job explaining things. And yeah, that's one of my favorite books, hands down. I read it almost every day.
You read it over and over again?
Over and over again. It's one of those that I just loop it. I just loop it. Another book that used to be like that for me was The Power of Now. Like, I think for like a couple months, I literally just listened to the audiobook of The Power of Now just over and over and over and over again. But yeah, this is my new one that I just loop.
Why did you listen to that over and over again?
It just has like, there's just a lot of things inside of it that take more than just a once over to fully understand. Like even when I read Be Here Now, which isn't even that long, I still get like new little tidbits that, you know, are just important to remember, man. Like the truth, when you hear it, it sinks deep, whether, you know, you're hearing it for the first time or the second time or the third time, it always sinks deep for me. Did you get more spiritual over the past year? Yeah, my journey has taken like a little bit more of like I mean, we're all always spiritual, but I guess my journey has become like a little bit more, like I'm a lot kinder and loving and stuff now than I feel like I used to be. So that's like a new thing that I've added into my life. So that's nice. Were you mean-spirited before? I think that I wasn't really mean-spirited, but I kind of know that like I'm not like the most warm guy in the entire world. And I think that I want to be, you know, so that's what I kind of been working on. And who kind of let you know that you're not the warm guy, and why did you decide to try to embrace this? I've always been like that, man. I've always just I don't know, man. Growing up, I was just kind of like an angry, like colder kid. And that's why martial arts helped me so much, is because it gave me like a physical outlet, and also just the lifestyle and the philosophy of like true martial arts is just something that I feel like I needed in my life, and I continue to need. And so, yeah. Do you like being more loving now? Yeah, I think that there's a place for it. I also think that there's a place for like being a badass and being a savage and all of that stuff too. There's definitely certainly a place for that in life too. But I was sometimes a little bit too much on like the competitive, savage, compete with everyone side of things. And, you know, especially like getting engaged last year and, you know, thinking about having a family and all of that stuff. Like it definitely made me turn my attention a little bit more towards being like a really loving person to my fiance and to the family that we hope to have in a couple of years. Do you think the losses changed you at all? Like, did it make you more humble, or just at least change your approach to life? No, I still want to win the belt just as bad. Like I'm still that's what I mean too, is it's like, it's a very difficult balance to, you know, be a super competitive, extremely competitive guy for a certain amount of hours during the day, and then have to go home and like love my fiance the best that I can and like give her what she needs also. And then also just the other people in my life and my friends and my family that I also want to like show that I love them a lot, because I don't know, man. Maybe it's an age thing. Maybe it has to do with the fights. I'm not really sure, but that's what I'm being pushed towards a little bit right now. So I'm just listening to it.
You mentioned something on your Instagram about like, you know, the juxtaposition of that life and this life and listening to the hard music. A guy on our show here, Mysterious Frank, is a big music guy, and he's like, I wonder what kind of music Cory listens to, like, to go hard. So could you tell us what kind of music do you listen to?
Oh yeah, to go hard, I like kind of like angry rappers. Like I like Earl Sweatshirt. I kind of like Tyler, the Creator's older stuff when he was like an angrier dude. Recently, it's been a lot of Little Scrappy. You know Little Scrappy?
I don't. Frank, do you know Little Scrappy?
I don't actually.
Well, all right, there you go.
Yeah, he's from like the era of like Ludacris and 50 Cent and all of those
That
guys.
makes more sense, yeah.
Good one. Yeah, any type of music. Like I'm not really like an artist guy as much as I'm just like a playlist guy. So I just like hit my Spotify, go to that radio, and then just have those songs play. So I'm not really good with the names and the artists of people, but the Little Scrappy radio I really like.
Why do you have to get angry?
It's easier to fight that way. It's easier to hurt people when you're angry. It's easier to like be in a really competitive place, I feel like, when you're angry. And it's not like this like super dark, hateful thing. It's just like this, I'm better than you. And I want to show you that I'm better than you. And how dare you think that you're better than me? That's kind of the competitive mindset, right?
So that said, do you prefer when you have like a beef with your opponent? Like when there's some kind of rivalry there, like there's tension? Do you feel like you perform better?
I don't know that I perform better, but that's always there regardless of whether what they're saying or not saying or whatever. Like they're always the person that stands across from me is always the person who's trying to knock me out and then go throw a party afterwards and like celebrate that like I had this like horrible thing happen to me. That's always who stands across from me in the cage. So it doesn't take a lot for me to like hate them for that reason, but it's not like a person hate. It's more of like a competitive, hey, we're both doing this type of hate. So yeah, it doesn't take a lot for me.
So the reason I asked that is because like there's no tension with Song, right? I mean, there's no back and forth. That's okay with you because you don't need it necessarily.
No, definitely not. I don't really enjoy like the drama spectacle piece of the whole thing. Like, I don't really care, like need it or care for it. I don't really think that like, it's in my opinion, part of, you know, like it can be a part, like everyone's expressions are different in life or whatever. That's fine. But, for me, like martial arts isn't that. Like for me, martial arts is two men competing in a fist fight and seeing who can, you know, dismantle the other person better. That's like a big piece of martial arts to me. So that has nothing to do with drama for me at all, you know? So it doesn't really, you know, I just don't really think about it as much as I guess like the fans do or whoever else does. I just don't really think that it's like a piece of it. So I kind of, you know, don't value it at all or really to, you know, to partake in it or whatever. It's not that I have like negative feelings towards it or anything. I just don't really, it's just not a piece of the whole thing for me.
How do you rate Song? Like how, you know, you fought some killers right now at 35, the creme de la creme, all the guys, two of the guys fighting for the belt. Where do you put him right now?
I honestly, I think Song's probably higher than top 10. I think that he's very good. I think he's beaten some really good guys. He beat Cheeto. He beat Casey Kenny, who I think is a good fighter. He drawed with Stamen, but I think Stamen kind of won that fight, honestly. But no, he's on a tear right now. I think he's doing a good job. The whole Song matchup thing kind of felt a little bit left field or whatever, but I think right now it's just important for me to stay in the conversation and for me not to get kicked out of that conversation because I'm sitting on the shelf for a long time. And I think that the way that I stay in this conversation is by beating Song pretty decisively and getting back in the win column.
Were you hoping for a bigger name?
Yeah, I was hoping for like a Marab, an Aldo, a Cruz, or a Cheeto. You know, that's who I thought that I was going to get. And then when those four got paired together, I kind of like was looking at Instagram like, huh, you know. And then shortly after, got the call about Song. So, like I said, man, I'm not really tripping about the matchup or the ranked number or whatever. Like I want to go out and I want to win and I want to, you know, get back in that conversation.
Who do you think wins, Aljo or TJ?
I think Aljo is going to beat him. You know, I think part of that probably has to do with me counting him out so much against Jan, and then doing so awesome, to be honest with you. But then from like a technical skills standpoint, I think Aljo has like a lot of really good physical features. Like I think he's like a powerful guy, and I think what he does really well. He gets his hands on people and he takes their back, and I think that he does that for at least 3 rounds. You know, he's pretty good at doing that for at least 3 of them. And I don't really think TJ packs the amount of power to like stop Aljamain from doing that. So that's my take on that fight. I'm typically wrong, so I'll kind of like preface it with that. But yeah, that's how I see that one going.
Does it bother you that TJ's getting a title shot after one controversial win?
I don't really care, honestly. Like I said, I don't really, whatever the UFC match makes or whatever, it feels so out of my control that it's hard for me to even care about. So if it's not me, like if it was me or TJ, then that would like probably bother me. But since it's not, I really have no opinion about it.
Can I ask, do you think O'Malley has a chance against Jan?
I think because it's a 3-round, he has more of a chance, but I don't think he has a great chance, honestly. And I like O'Malley. I don't have really any issues with O'Malley, but if we look at like his track record, he's beaten up some guys really bad, but those guys haven't been super great fighters as far as like the UFC standard of fighter goes. And I think him and Munoz was, not the greatest fight in the world. Like the first round was just like nothing was happening in that first round. And, if you're going to talk a big game, like you got to go out and beat people up. In the first round, it just like was not a good round. And then in the second round, there's an eye poke, and that's just like, it's like a lame situation in my opinion, but it is what it is.
Do you go out of your way to watch these fights like Cheeto, Cruz, Marabat, like especially the ones in your weight class? I don't know. Like, are you a guy who watches every Saturday or no, you're not?
No, I almost never watch. I only watch when it's my teammates or if it's someone that I really, really enjoy watching. Like I won't miss a Volkanovski fight. I won't miss an Adesanya fight. And then there's a couple other guys too, but no, for the most part, man, like I spend so many hours at the gym all week thinking about MMA that, I don't want to spend every single Saturday watching fights of people that I don't know or that I don't really care to learn from.
Even like this past crazy weekend with Nate, you're not watching that. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
I didn't. Yeah, people were asking me about it, and I was like, not to be a jerk, but I'm not gonna watch that fight. It's not 2 of the best guys in the world. If it's not like people like when I was playing basketball growing up, I didn't like watching basketball other than to watch basketball just to learn how to play basketball better. That's always watch sports. So that's why I'm not really into sports, is because I just am only interested in learning from watching the sport. So if it's people that I don't feel like I can learn from, I just won't watch them.
By the way, ever think about going to cross train at CKB? You mentioned Adesanya, Volkanovski, maybe just like a nice little trip. No, just like a week there. I think that'd be cool for you.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it's kind of on the other side of the planet, and I kind of like the team that I have, definitely. And I think that the coaching that I'm getting right now is super world class. So I don't super have that desire, but it could be cool maybe one day. I don't know. I would love to train with those guys.
New wrinkle, Ryan Hall. I'd love to hear the conversations between you and Ryan Hall. I feel like you guys could get real deep on stuff.
Oh man, as deep as I like. And with Ryan is like a super smart guy, man. Like I can't even say it enough. Like he makes me think about things that had never even crossed my mind ever in my life, which, and I'm kind of not the smartest guy in the world. So that's like not a big deal or whatever. But every time I have a conversation with that guy, I feel like I just learn more about just life and everything. It's like really awesome. I'm super pumped that he was able to corner me for this one. How
did this happen? You reach out to him or he reached out to you?
I reached out to him probably like 3 years ago or so now. And I was just like, hey man, like, can I come out and train with you? And he said yes. And I stayed at his house for, however long that was, like a week or whatever. And then ever since then, I've been going out like once every couple of months. And then this year I stayed with him for like a couple weeks. And yeah, I usually just stay at his place. And he came out for this one time. We met Ton Lee out in New Orleans once while he was getting ready for his fight too. So yeah, super happy that he like landed in my lap in life. Because he's been like more than helpful in fighting and also just like learning from the guy about life.
And he's cornering you first time?
Yep, this would be his first time cornering me. Yep.
Amazing. Well, I wish you the best. I know you have to run, Cory, so going to let you go. But thank you so much for squeezing us in. Appreciate you very much. Can't wait to see you back. Good luck on Saturday. Go get him. Always great to talk to you.
Yeah, good talking to you too, Ariel. Have a good one, man.
All right, you too. There he is, the great Cory Sandhagen joining us. Good to have him back. Good to see him back. And I can't wait for that fight. Can't wait to see him back. Oh, did we find Daniel? What's happening?
We're still working on that.
Oh, like, do we feel? I was assuming that he wasn't coming on.
Yeah, we're gonna wait just a couple minutes. So, how you enjoying that tea?
It's not bad. Why do you ask?
I was just curious.
Well, actually, Joe's message has given me hope here. Actually, he has now said, and I quote, "I will get him." I mean, that's my guy, Joe. But they don't call him Big Joe for nothing. All right. What about Cory? Do you guys want to go hang out with Cory? I'm a little thrown off by the coffee take, if I'm being honest.
Everyone has opinions.
No, I know, but he strikes me as the almond oat guy. And that's not me criticizing him. I'm an almond oat guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
GC's an almond oat guy. Is he not?
He is, yeah.
What are you?
I'm a whole milk guy.
This is why you're
I'll
so
drink
protective.
almond milk. I mean, whatever. Just, I don't even call it milk, really.
Frank, I have to be honest. I've gotten to a point in life where, I mean, I look forward to it. I'm excited to come do the show only because I get to stop at Black Fox to get the oat. And now it's like, hey, Ariel, another one? Fill her up.
Look at this guy. It's the guy who orders the oat milk.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. I think oat milk's a little sweet, I think.
I like a sweet, but I don't like sugar. I don't like stevia or stevia, whatever it is. God, I wish I had one right now. They used to have one in the building. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, no.
We've literally talked about this 10 times.
Can't be bothered.
You gotta love it. All right, well, that was great stuff. What a fascinating guy, right?
I thought so.
Just a lovely, fascinating guy. Let me give the old YouTube chat here a nose. Guys, have you signed up to our YouTube chat? We've got a membership situation. Oh, their GC's got one. No Mysterious Frank, huh? Wow, we've got Ben the Bane in the YouTube chat, GC. You see that?
Oh, wow. Been a member for a month. Nice.
How can you tell?
Is that really him? I mean, the badge is green.
Oh. And what's my blue one mean?
Over 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah, real OG.
Ben the Bane. That's big.
Throwing in a little nose there.
One of the biggest baby faces in the game. Oh, Killishaw there too.
Westphalia. Killishaw's been killing me with the gum jokes. They've actually been fantastic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's probably sent me like 6. I'm dying at him. I can't lie.
Wow. Yeah. Killishaw very upset about the badge situation. I don't know if you heard the news on that.
Good.
He doesn't think it's very fair that everyone gets a 001.
That's MMA Hour's rebuttal to him deleting all his pictures on Instagram.
Weird. Still not quite sure about that. Oh,
I got him saved.
Did he
though.
really
It's all right.
prune his Instagram?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of his fault. He accepted all our friend requests. Like
The best part is Killishaw doesn't even have a 001 badge. He has a blue one.
That is amazing. That is unbelievable. I really enjoyed that conversation with Cory. There's something about Cory, like his answers aren't long-winded, but I feel like we just go back and forth like a ping pong match. Like, you know what I mean?
I've since having to do that deep dive on his Instagram, I've fallen in love with Cory.
You just kind of want to like talk about life, right, with him?
Yes, in a coffee shop.
Yes,
drinking a cappuccino with whole milk in it.
You'll go whole milk with him?
I was actually going crazy back here. Like my team just scored a touchdown watching.
Wait, I thought you were an oat milk guy.
I do drink oat milk every once in a while, but when it comes to like a drink like that, let's just go full bore. Give me the whole milk.
Oh, that's weird. That is very weird, if you ask me.
Is it weird?
I think it's very. To me, cow's milk, and I know it's a bit hypocritical. Like, I'll have cheese, although I'm trying to wean off the cheese these days. There's something about dairy that just kind of throws me off. It doesn't feel like that milk was meant for us.
I mean, that makes sense.
Including ice cream?
Yeah, including ice cream. Now I go with my kids' ice cream. Honest to God, I'll get sorbet.
Gelato?
No. Sorbet.
Interesting.
Yeah. What, you didn't think I knew that there was dairy in gelato? What do you think? I'm some uneducated fool? I'm very cultured.
Your words. Your words.
So what we're finding out is you have an intolerance to dairy.
I don't know if it's intolerance. It's like more of a respect thing, right?
It's like that Seinfeld bit where he's like...
It's not a bit. That milk is not ours. That's a calf's milk.
Well, how do you think the oats feel?
The oats feel fine. By the way, oats and almond, I mean, there's a plethora of them. Don't give me this whole shortage nonsense. Number two, it tastes great. You feel healthy. You get some protein. Everyone wins. What are you getting
What protein do you get? You get more protein in cow's milk than you do in oat milk.
No way. You're getting nut protein.
No.
You heard old Michael Chandler talking about the cram sandwiches?
I'm hyped for the cram sandwiches. I can't even lie.
They look great. True story about DC and the Uncrustables.
I can't believe the Uncrustables are OG. I love them.
He was telling me, DC told me when I went to his house to film the E60 thing a couple of years ago, you know how like I say my favorite thing to do is to go to the coffee shop and I get my cappuccino in the morning. His favorite thing to do is after he drops his kids off at school, he goes to Kmart and he likes to walk around, buy sunflower seeds and just browse Kmart.
It has to be Kmart. That's incredible.
Yeah, well, there's a Kmart near his house. Also, he's very weird. He's one of those guys who drives his car while drinking out of a coffee mug. He has a Saints mug. There's even a shot of it.
Stuff. Not even like a travel mug.
No lid, no nothing.
So he's got a one-hand drive the entire time to a Kmart. I have not stepped into a Kmart since like 2007.
Isn't that strange, though?
Does he live in Louisiana?
No, he lives in California.
I didn't even know they still had Kmart's in California. I always thought that was like a Southern thing.
This was a
Kmart here.
A couple of years ago, but I feel like they still have.
There are Kmart's here?
There's one.
Wow, there is one. I always thought Kmart's were like extinct.
When you say here, what do you mean? New York City?
Yes.
Yeah, where we are.
Where's?
Here.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Where is it?
I don't know.
Uptown, downtown?
I'm gonna have to find this. Union Square are the reports. Can't confirm that, but that's what my sources are saying.
How about Andy just coming in there and dropping knowledge first day on the job? Welcome to the team, Andy.
Yeah, Andy, welcome to the team.
I'm starting to think Andy's a Kmart shopper.
Yeah.
Let's not clap so close to the mic.
I thought you were potentially offending her there. By the way, one thing you could get at Kmart, cards.
Ooh.
Tell us.
Yeah.
You had your first experience.
Yeah, I wish I had some pictures up. Yeah, I thought you could maybe get them at Target too. I was in a Target yesterday. So the Target I was in yesterday in New York City, the Soho area.
Yeah.
I was going in for something else, and then I was like, "Oh, let me check the toy aisle and like the checkout and everything like that." I was like, "If they have some UFC cards, I'm going to buy a couple packs," but they didn't have any.
Oh,
so yeah, I got some decent pulls.
What was it? Panini Select?
No, it was Panini Prism, which people have now educated me to getting the Panini Select. So
what's better, Select or Prism?
They're saying Select, that I get better pulls. A lot of people said don't do retail, buy them off of eBay, get hobby boxes.
Yeah, what is this whole hobby thing? Master Blasters? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, green Pulsar prisms in the packs that I was getting. I think I got the green Pulsar for Henry Cejudo. Was really hoping it was going to be worth big money. People have told me that it wasn't. Got some really wacky looking ones with Sean O'Malley's Fearless. It looked like like the sweaters Biggie used to wear.
Oh wow,
that's like kind of what it looked like.
The wrestler background. Biggie?
No, not Big E.
Oh,
like Notorious B.I.G.
Oh, okay, got it.
Like the sweaters he used to wear.
Yeah, the colorful ones.
Yeah, I got a Fireworks Khabib. I got some cool rookie cards.
Who?
Casey O'Neill.
Oh.
Ricky Simone, which didn't really make sense that it was a rookie card, but it said rookie
really
card. Jalen Turner rookie card, which I was super excited about.
Did you buy a box?
Yeah, I bought a whole box.
How many packs?
6.
How many
my
cards?
Morning coffee, so 24. There was only 4 cards per pack.
I hate these packs with 4 cards in it. I mean, that's crazy.
I know. I feel like back in the day, you got like 12 or
Yes. I hate
and gum, which GC would be really excited about.
it.
Still gum.
Wow. Umar Nurmagomedov rookie card.
Uh-huh.
That was pretty much the highlights of it. I got like a bonus machine, Valentina Shevchenko. I don't know what anything like. I don't know what's special, like what's rare, what's worth anything. So I'm just having fun along the way.
There's an app. My son downloaded it where you can scan the card and it tells you all the recent purchases or whatever transactions on eBay.
Incredible! I need the name for it.
I'll tell you right now.
I can promise you that will not be my last box or pack of UFC cards.
Did you do WWE? The WWE cards are real nice.
No, I only did.
What's going on there?
That's you.
This is me?
It has to be.
How is that me? I got nothing going on right here. That was not me. Someone's infiltrated our system here. It's called Collx. 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 And you scan it, and then it actually like knows the card. It's crazy.
That's pretty cool.
COLLX.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how accurate it is. I mean, it does match the card. Like we were doing some of my old cards in Montreal. There's like an old Allen Iverson, and it would recognize it. I don't know how they come up with the pricing and all that stuff, but I'm really getting into it again. We've got all our binders set up.
Has changed a lot.
Yeah.
I bought the card protectors.
Those are nice. What brand do you recommend?
Of card protector?
Yeah, this is important.
Plastic.
Plastic.
Now I'm getting less confident in D-Rod. I don't know what's going. Here's my theory. Can I throw out a theory?
Let's hear it.
I'm just going to throw it out there. Never met the guy. Great guy. Never met him. Was offered him to come on the show. Said yes. Great story. Inspirational story. Here's my guess, and I could be 1,000% wrong here. 1,000%. Didn't like that I said that I thought Lee won. What do you guys think of that?
Wow.
Now MIA. Thoughts?
I don't think he.
You think that's petty?
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't think that's why he wouldn't come on.
Maybe that's
It's weird. I was offered him, and I was like, yeah, sure. And now MIA. And I always have a feeling when someone's MIA. You know how I know that? I usually send the text. Someone asked me, I don't know if it's going to come up, but I saw it on the Substack earlier today. Like, what's your process in booking guests? So it depends. Every person's different, right? I've gone through this as far as like who's green, who's blue, who do you go on WhatsApp for, who do you go through a manager, who do you go through a wife, who do you go, like you could ask me any fighter on the roster right now and I tell you the route to get to that guy or the best route to get to that guy or woman. It's just like, you kind of have it down. He is someone that I've never met before, but I'll always, once it's booked, so it was booked through manager/PR guy, and who are usually 1,000% great. Once it's locked in, I'll send the text, hey, thanks for coming. Here's the Zoom. Appreciate you, blah, blah, blah. Never got a reply to that. First timer, that's weird. Usually it's like, hey, cool, thanks, looking forward to it. Didn't get a reply. Alarm bells started to go off by nighttime. It's weird, I never got that reply. This morning, never got the reply to the second text, which is usually the, hey, reminder. Oh, he just texted me.
What did he say?
He just wrote, yo.
Daniel Rodriguez himself, or
I swear. Yes.
This is exciting.
Yo.
Well, just say yo back.
I'm just writing yo back. This is fun.
booking guests in real time. This is great.
Wish we could have like the little bubbles
I'm just
pop up
being
on the
like,
screen showing your text message.
How's your day going? I mean, he just literally wrote me, yo. That's it.
He's coming on now.
Wow. Can you guys take that whole part out?
Yeah, maybe he saw that and it's like a, yo, why are you talking like that?
Oh, this is great. I mean, this is theater at its finest. By the way, shout out to Joe. He never doubted. He never wavered. Hey, we got No Context Ariel Hawani in the chat too. I mean, everyone's in the chat. Sign up now. Is it true that he's logging on?
Looking at him right now.
D-Rod up in this. Shoot. Still to come, Eddie Hearn and Triple G. Mr. Big Drama Show himself. Can't wait. Trilogy this Saturday, September 17th. T-Mobile Arena. It's going to be lit. Third fight. One draw, one loss for Triple G. Both controversial. A lot of people, including him, thinks that he won both fights. The war to settle the score. Triple G versus Canelo Alvarez. But first, in a matter of seconds, hopefully we're going to be joined by Daniel Rodriguez, a.k.a. D-Rod. Of course, he was supposed to fight Kevin Holland, relatively short notice, 180-pound catchweight fight, and everything got changed. He ended up fighting Li Jingliang. He got the W, and now, without further ado, he's on the show. Is it really him? There he is. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, yo, what's up, dude?
No one thought you were going to come on. We thought that you were going to leave us at the altar.
Late, yeah, my bad. I was late, brother.
No, all good. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming on. Great to meet you. Thank you for doing this. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
All right, so crazy weekend for you, my friend. Do you feel like it all worked out as you look back on the madness of Saturday? Personally, for you, selfishly, are you content with how everything worked out?
Yeah, man. I'm just glad it all worked out and I was able to fight that day. Going into fight week, at the weigh-ins with everything that happened with the last minute switch up, I was kind of left with like not really knowing if I'm a fight or not. So the fact that I fought and won, I'm feeling good about that.
There was a possibility thrown your way that you might be left off the card?
Yeah. Really, it was up to Lee to accept the fight because I had weighed in at like 9 pounds over.
Yeah.
At 79. So it was really up to him because Holland had sent me a message telling me that he was going to take the fight. So I was kind of left with like, damn, like I wasn't even sure if I had a fight.
Wow, Holland hit you up personally?
Yeah, he sent me a DM in the morning.
What'd he say?
Yeah, the morning at weigh-ins, he was like, yo, this is a shit show. And I was like, yo, I heard that Khamzat didn't make weight, and he was telling me that he might fill in for him. And that, but props to him, though, he had told UFC or whatever, or the matchmakers, that he wanted to make sure I was taken care of and completely, like, not left out of the situation, like, without a fight or anything like that, or at least get paid a little something, So shout out to him for that.
How do you feel about them rearranging those top 3 fights because one guy missed weight by that much?
Man, that was crazy. I never been a part of something like that. So I don't think it's ever happened in the history of yeah. So I'm just glad it all worked out.
Okay, because because there's a case to be made. Maybe you bump up one guy, but you don't have to change everyone's fights, or you cancel. But all of you were affected, and in the end, it worked out for you. By the way, you say taken care of. Like, did they take care of you? Do you feel like they took care of you? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, they hooked it up. I'm pretty sure all of us got hooked up for taking these fights.
Yeah, so that worked out too, right?
Yeah, I signed a new five-fight contract.
Oh, sick! Before the fight?
Yeah, actually, I signed for this fight actually backstage and at the ceremonial weigh-ins.
Oh, Jesus.
And yeah, they offered me 5 more fights, so it was cool.
And like that night, that Friday night going into Saturday, do you even sit down and watch Lee fights? I mean, the whole thing's a whirlwind, right? You were preparing for a completely different guy, different weight, all that stuff. How did you prepare Friday night set? Like, what did you do to spend time?
Dude, there was really no preparation and on 24 hours notice, really. I hadn't even watched the fight. I watched him fight before, but I didn't really pay too much attention to it. It was really kind of one of those situations. This is the second time that I've been in a fight that was on 24 hours notice. And the first one, which was Dwight Grant, and he almost knocked my ass out. So that was like a really crazy situation going in there with Lee. And yeah, man, I'm just glad I got that shit over with.
I have to say, I was really bothered when they were booing you guys. I mean, here you are, you take a fight on 24 hours notice, opponents change, all that stuff. You guys didn't deserve that. I didn't think that was right. Did you hear any of that, and did that annoy you?
Yeah, I heard the crowd booing. Maybe because there wasn't a lot of action, but that motherfucker hits hard, bro. So it kind of like threw me off my game, like right away. He actually hit me harder than anybody else has. And yeah, kind of like on 24 hours notice. And, I just try to fight a strategic fight. And yeah, the crowd didn't really like it too much.
What is your response to people who say that he deserved the nod? I'll be 100% straight with you. I thought upon watching it the first time that he did enough to win. I don't feel comfortable with the word robbery. It was too close of a fight. You know what I mean? One of those fights that you may have to see again to figure out, who's the better guy. And maybe not even twice is enough. Are you annoyed by that type of commentary?
I'm not gonna lie, man. It's been a lot lately. I don't think it was like a robbery. I think even Dana said that he was shocked and that it was a robbery. I think it was a close fight. I looked at the numbers after, and I didn't land too many more strikes, but I did push the pace. And man, there's a lot of people saying that they think that Li won, but on the other hand, if they gave Li the fight, then there'd be even more people saying that I got robbed. So
right,
it was just a close fight.
That's a sign of a really close fight. Well, you get a lot of comments and stuff on social media and all that. Is that the annoying part?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's more than usual. I've never got like negative comments on social media, but there's this one, the fans feel a certain type of way.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes from like people gambling and being stupid. Like, I don't know why they come to you with those comments.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking like, man, these people just lost money or something.
Yeah, which is pretty shitty that they would come to you with that. Do you have to put your phone away or go off social media just so you don't let it affect your mindset? And you want to fight in the UFC, you're on a winning streak. You can't let these people bother you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. One of those days I turned off the comments on my social media, but I turned it back on because there's gonna be people talking shit regardless.
Right.
Once this is the first time it ever happened. I kind of feel like I made it. Now I got haters.
It is annoying. And I feel for fighters and athletes in the 21st century, like in the 90s, 80s, 70s, no one had to deal with this. Different kind of criticism, but now it's like coming right at you right after the fight. So I definitely feel for you guys. At this point, fair to say you want to go back to 70? 70 is your weight class, right?
Yeah, that's the weight class. We had only agreed on 180 because it was like short notice and Holland agreed to it. And so we didn't really have to focus on losing weight. Actually, at weigh-ins, I only had to cut like 2 or 3 pounds. I was walking around at like under 85.
Wow.
So it was really easy.
Do you want to rematch him right away? He is a 70-pounder as well. Do you feel like that's the thing that makes the most sense?
I mean, I don't really care. Like I said, I feel like it was a close fight. I don't feel like he was robbed. I just said that rematch him, just just to shut people up.
Yeah.
If they want a rematch, I'm down to rematch, but I'm down to keep climbing up the ladder as well.
Okay, so you're open to whatever. If they come to you with the rematch, cool. But is there someone else that really gets you excited?
Well, I just saw my name in the rankings. I think it's like number 14 now. And I'd like to keep moving up the ranks. I know. I think Vicente Luque is a great matchup. Like that's someone I'm really interested in fighting.
How crazy is all this for you, man? I mean, you're a guy who's been through a lot. You've come from a tough background, and now here you are in the UFC. You're ranked. You're fighting on pay-per-views on the same card as Nate Diaz, and you're in talks with these big names. Like, is all this overwhelming? Are you handling it? What's it like digesting all of this?
Man, it's a lot coming back after a year layoff. I kind of like lost the feeling of being in there and all the media and everything that comes behind it. But yeah, I feel like I picked up exactly where I left off a year ago, and I'm back in the rankings. My number went down, and yeah, I'm soaking it all in, man. I feel like I'm right where I'm supposed to be right now.
Can I ask, like, life for you? What's the name of the town where you live in LA? I don't want to butcher it.
Alhambra.
Say it again, sorry?
Alhambra?
Yeah, Alhambra. And I saw they made a mural in your honor over there. Someone painted a mural.
Yeah.
And we're showing some pictures of it right now. We're going to show, I know you were there, I think, with your wife and your friends and whatnot. What is that like for someone to have? I mean, it's unbelievable to see what they did. We're showing it right now. You're a guy who's, from there and you're being honored like that. That's a big freaking deal. When you saw that, what was that like?
Man, that was dope. That was actually at the Tradecraft Farms weed dispensary. They're my sponsor, and we had got together with one of the artists, a real dope local artist. Yeah, he wanted to do a mural, and I was really excited about it. And it's just dope. Like it's having a mural up is it's a good feeling, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it feels dope, man. I love it.
You get recognized a lot in your town?
I haven't really been back in my town. Actually, after this fight, I had made plans to move back to California, so I can't wait to get back. But I do get spotted all the time out here in Las Vegas.
Oh wow! So you live in Vegas?
Yeah, I've been out here for like a year and a half almost.
Okay, why did you leave California?
Really, I was at the time I was training with Cowboy, and he had came out to train out here in Vegas with Syndicate John Wood. And I remember getting there and seeing all the fighters. I was like, oh shit, it's cracking right here. And then Cowboy, I had been to the PI before, but Cowboy kind of opened my eyes to everything the PI has to offer. So when I went back home, I just couldn't stop thinking about all like Vegas and how I can grow here. And sure enough, man, I made the decision to move out here to help my career grow. Unfortunately, I got injured for like 6 months out of that time, and I might stick around for a couple more months, but yeah, I do plan on going back to California.
And your whole family there with you in Vegas? You have 5 kids, right?
Yeah,
man.
No, I just have two of my kids are here with me, but yeah, they're one of the main reasons why I want to move back.
Yeah, I can imagine. And by the way, could I ask, the tattoo on your face? That's an A. That looks like the Atlanta Braves logo. But you have no ties to Atlanta, right? What is that for?
No. It's for Alhambra. The street is Atlantic Street, so that's kind of where the ATL comes from.
Okay.
The A is for yeah. It's my hood. It's my hood.
How many tattoos do you have?
Man, it's too many to count. Actually, I'm supposed to get a tattoo this weekend.
Oh wow! What is the what is it in honor of?
Well, just like LA culture, right now I'm doing like my whole stomach. So I think this next tattoo is gonna be like a low rider right here on my side of my stomach.
Oh, sick.
So yeah, so hopefully by the time I fight again, I'll be all tatted up.
Have you ever driven a low rider before?
Nah, man, I haven't. I actually told myself I was gonna buy a low rider. I should actually look into that.
You should. Now you got this new contract.
Yeah. Man, it's a nice contract too. I'm real happy with the little raise they gave me.
That's great. Greatest West Coast rapper of all time?
Tupac.
Tupac?
Man, that's a tie. I gotta say, I gotta roll with Nipsey on that one too. So I'm kind of 50-50 on that.
Okay. But how old are you?
35.
35. I mean, so you remember Tupac, right? Like you were alive when, you were kind of listening to music when he was alive is what I mean. Right?
He's in the 90s. Like
yeah.
The 90s, 80s.
The man, legend. And Lakers your favorite LA team?
Yeah, I'm LA everything. Lakers, Dodgers, all that, the Kings, all the LA teams.
Yeah, I see you always repping them, but not the Angels, right? I mean, they're kind of like a fugazi LA team.
Nah, they're from Anaheim, bro. They're Orange County.
It's whack that they call them.
It's a whole different world.
I know, it's whack. They call them the LA Angels. I feel like they're trying to get that LA clout, but really they're Orange County. They're like suburb guys, right?
Yes, it's a whole different ballgame out there. It's 2 different cities.
What about the Chargers? Do we feel the same about them? They feel like kind of fugazi LA also.
Yeah, I don't really pay too much attention to the Chargers. I'm actually a 49ers fan.
Oh.
I've been following. Yeah, I follow the LA Rams a lot.
Yeah. Well, you're not a bandwagoner, right? You didn't jump on the bandwagon when they won the Super Bowl.
Nah, man. I became a 49ers fan back when LA didn't even have a team.
Oh.
So
yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I was been a 49er fan for so long. It's kind of hard to just like be like, oh, I'm not a Niners fan anymore.
I get it. It's in your blood. How do you feel about LeBron? You like LeBron?
Yeah, I love LeBron. I didn't like him before until he became a Laker.
That's right. That's right. Kobe's your favorite?
Yeah, all-time favorite, Kobe Bryant.
Did you ever meet him?
Nah, man. I wish I did, though.
what do you remember from that day that he passed? Where were you when you found out? Everyone remembers, right?
Yeah, I was actually, my youngest son woke me up, and he woke me up. He called me. He's like, "Hey, Kobe died." And at the time, I thought it was like somebody's dog. I was thinking like, man, whose dog died? From a dog named Kobe. Because I know I have a couple friends with dogs named Kobe. And he's like, no, the basketball player. So right when I hung up, I looked up on the news, and yeah, it showed that he died. I was like, oh shit, man. It was crazy.
Still shocking. Still doesn't feel real, right?
Nah, man, it doesn't. But I try to rep Kobe every time I can.
Yeah, I've seen you repping him. The jersey. I think you had the mouthpiece, right, in his honor too.
Yeah, this last fight I had the Kobe Bryant mouthpiece.
Legend.
It's my lucky mouthpiece.
Yeah, did you wear it for another fight also?
My debut, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I've worn it almost every fight.
Wow. And it's amazing. Like, I feel like you're an inspiration for your community because you could have gone down a much worse path, right? And you're a successful fighter. You're doing well for your family. Do you get a lot of people come up to you and say, like, you are an inspiration for my kid, our community? Because a lot of people can go down that path, be on the streets, do the wrong things, and you're doing the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, man. I've been kind of talking about that lately, because I do have like a criminal kind of background, like in and out of jail. And I was talking to one of my friends, and I actually want to go and talk to like some of the kids in the juvenile hall system where I was, and let them know like, yo, I was right here where you guys are, and if I can make it up out of here, then you guys can too. Like now I'm a UFC fighter, and I was here with you guys, and yeah, it feels good to like be a like positive influence and shit now coming from the background that I had.
Yeah. I think you should do that. I think that would be huge. How young were you the first time you went to juvenile hall?
15 years old, man. From the age of like 15 to like 23, I was like in and out of jail like all the time. If it was for MMA, I would probably be still stuck in that same cycle.
How many times did you go back to jail?
Man, I just posted recently on my Instagram feed. I had as an adult 24 times in the LA County Jail.
Holy smokes, 24! And like, what kind of stuff are we talking about?
Just man, nothing too crazy because all the crimes were like usually LA County jail time. But it'd be like stuff like DUI. Like I got a couple felonies. Like for I got in a couple fights here and there. Robbery?
Oh damn!
Just crazy shit. Yeah, in the hood, just I was a bad kid, man, and MMA changed it all.
Longest stretch?
8 months.
8 months, damn. And
yeah, that's a long time.
Yes, that's a long time. 2 days would be 1 hour would be a long time for me. I would crumble. I'd be like,
yeah, bro. I don't think I'd ever be able to do that shit again. Like I'm too active of a person to be locked in a cell like that, man. It's crazy.
And were you alone or with other people?
A lot of times I was with other people. Sometimes it's not a cell. It's like a big dorm kind of deal.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's some tough dudes there.
Oh yeah. Shit, where I'm from, that's where I came from. That's my background. That's kind of like where I have a lot of my fight experience from. Right.
Did people try to fight with you in jail?
Hell yeah, all the time. It'd be for anything.
Wow.
A lot of times I've gotten a fight over gambling.
Really? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, what were you gambling on?
Soups.
Soups?
Like, for the top ramen soups, yeah. That's just like currency in jail. And I've been in fights over the dumbest shit ever, like calling someone a bitch or something. And it's just like in an environment like that, it's real easy for shit to pop off.
Did you have any martial arts experience when you were in jail? Like, could you defend yourself with that kind of knowledge?
Nah, man, not really. Not in the juvenile hall system. Coming up, like I started training boxing like when I was like 18, 19, but not like real consistent because I was like always in and out of jail. So every time I get out, I would try to train. but I could say like the only thing that I gained from, you know, being locked up all that time was like that daily like workout, like, you know, because I'll be in there trying to work out every day, and that kind of like spilled into like life on the outs, you know, and it kind of like just programmed me to work out hard every day, and soon, you know, sure enough, I started training MMA, and yeah, the rest is history, man.
How long was the last time you were in jail? How long ago was that?
I think it was like early 2020.
Early, oh,
and it was like it was just like a couple of days.
Not that long ago.
Yeah, but it was just like a couple of days. I had a violation of probation. I wasn't supposed to be driving. I had a driving on suspended license, something like that.
And that was the last time?
Yeah.
Did you have a moment during that last stay where you're like, screw this, I'm never coming back here, enough of this already?
Yeah, that was it when I was when I decided like, yo, I'm too much of an active person. Like, I'm an outdoorsy kind of guy. And man, I didn't even remember people's phone numbers. Like I didn't know who to call. I had nobody to call. And yeah, it was just something I can't see myself doing ever again, man.
Who'd you call?
I call my girl. That's the only number I know.
Right. It's a good number to have.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody else is on like speed dial and shit.
Right. And so do you feel like now you're on the path that you'll never be back? Those days are behind you.
Yeah, definitely could say like I'm done with doing like stupid shit. You know, my life is all about fighting now, especially now that I'm back in it and I'm in the rankings and now like shit, who knows what could happen next? So I gotta be on my toes.
I think you should talk to those kids. Maybe your manager could hook it up. Someone could hook it up. Like, I think you can really be an inspiration for those kids. You know, they probably feel very far away from T-Mobile Arena, sold out, all that stuff. And you were one of them not that long ago. I think that would be a great use of your time.
Yeah, that's something I really want to do, though. I've been saying it for a while that I want to go and kind of give back somehow, some way, and kind of just be a positive influence in a way.
What would you say to a kid who's watching this maybe right now, who is on that path, but sees you and is like, damn, how do I make the leap from this road to that road? What would you say to them?
Man, I would say fucking just believe in yourself and grind hard, work hard every day. Don't let nothing get in your way from your goals, man. And just, fucking grind, bro.
Let's go. Like Nipsey said, right? All my life.
Yeah.
All my life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
May you rest in peace. Much respect to you, my man. Congrats on the win. I know you got some heat over that, but I think it's partially because, gambling. And Leach, people love him. He had that suit, that fly suit. You saw the suit, right?
Yeah, he didn't even get to wear it at the press conference, man. We should have kept the receipt. Yo, what's up with him coming on your show and he had a shirt that said like Rob?
Yeah.
Oh man.
You didn't like that?
This guy. I mean, everybody has their opinion. It's a close fight.
Yeah. Is that why? Can I ask you an honest question?
Yeah.
Before this, I was like, I feel like he doesn't want to come on the show because, we had Leon and Rob and everything. Was there anything to that or no?
Nah, man. Nah, I just hopped on this real late.
All right, cool. I overthink these things.
Yeah, but I did want to come on the show and Lee was actually really cool. He's a really cool guy. He's really nice. Also, I was really surprised that he, was wearing the Rob shirt, because we, embraced after the fight, showed respect. And yeah, I like the guy. If he wants a rematch, I'll give it to him. Yeah,
I think that would be great. I think you both handled it with class, and I think you did as well. And people get fired up over these things, but I give you a lot of respect, a lot of love for turning your life around. You're on a roll now in the UFC, and that's not easy at all. So I wish you the best, and hopefully you could be back at your normal weight class and do some serious work over there. So thank you for jumping on, man. I really appreciate it. Best to you and your family, and I hope now the injuries and all that are behind you, and you could be active. Maybe fight again this year. Would you want that or no?
Yeah, man. Hopefully, maybe December.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Really up to the UFC, but I'll be ready. My main goal was to get myself back in shape so I could be able to take these short notice calls. So I'm back.
Welcome back, Daniel. Appreciate it. All the best to you.
All right. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah. You appreciate you coming on. There he is, Daniel Rodriguez, aka D-Rod. And, shout out to all the guys in the back over there who didn't think he would come on. Shame on you, Frank. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Kudos to you for actually asking him at the end there. But then,
what?
I mean, you didn't tell him what you said. You were just like, oh, the robbed shirt,
Oh, I said it. Did I not say it?
You said it before the segment.
I did. No, I said it also during the segment.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, are you saying that I didn't say it?
I mean, I was actually like, he's going to do it. That's awesome. Like, just
I did do it.
Yeah, I know. But
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wait. No, seriously. Are you giving me props or not?
Props. 100% props.
GC, is he giving me props or not? I feel like he's not.
Nah, he's definitely not.
What the hell? What? I said it. Who else would say that? Who would? By the way, that guy could break me in half in 4 seconds.
Facts.
All my life. Diamond all my life. Sacrifice. Gotta think twice. You know that song? Nipsey?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We got to get to Parlay Pals. Thank you very much to Daniel, and thank you to Joe and Ed for getting D-Rod. Still to come, Eddie Hearn. Always love our chats with Edward Hearn. Also still to come, big drama show himself, Triple G. But we got to get to Parlay Pals. Before we get to Parlay Pals, a quick word from our good friends over at All My Life. Driving All My Life. I can't think of the word. What do you say? Grinding All My Life. The NFL's opening week. I was going to mention the Bills beating the Rams, but then he said Niners, and I was like, action-packed. It's just getting started. Get ready for week 2 of touchdowns, big plays, and even bigger wins with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. This week, new customers can bet just 5. Count them, 5. On any football game and get $200 in free bets instantly. Want more action? Everyone can experience the thrill of DraftKings early win promotion. It's simple. This Sunday, bet on any NFL team to win. If your team leads by 10, listen to this. If you bet on the Bills and they're up by 10 over the Titans at any point on Monday night, you get paid instantly, even if they lose. Not going to happen in that game. Spoiler. Fight fans, DraftKings Sportsbook also has you covered. Don't forget about Triple G Canelo. Don't forget about Song Yadong versus Cory. Enter the Sandman Sandhagen this Saturday. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code DMAR to get $200 in free bets instantly when you place a $5 bet on any football game. That's code DMAR. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook, unofficial sports betting partner of the NFL. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Parlay Pals time, and I believe we've got GC here. Oh, that was fantastic. Well done, Andy. There we've got GC. We got Frank standing by. And how about this? Mr. Disney himself joining us from Splash Mountain. Is that true, or is that a joke?
I believe he just got off of it. I just got a visual of him.
You're quick joining us via Zoom or phone?
I think it's going to be from phone.
Oh, how'd you get the visual?
We're now efforting. He was on Zoom for a second, but, the Wi-Fi.
Going to be bothered?
Fitting he's at Disney. I got a McDuck on my shirt.
Yeah. So he's at Disney, but ever the pro, consummate pro.
Consummate professional.
Said he will jump on to give us the parlay pick of the week. Is he there?
Rick, say hi.
New York Rick, you there?
I am here.
Wow. What's
Live
the scene
from
like?
Disney. It's wild. There's a lot of people around. I just got off Splash Mountain. I was thinking about doing the Zoom, but I was like, spotty internet service. Don't want to be the guy who's fading in and out. But it's wild here.
That would be incredible. Could you tell us? I mean, what has the biggest? Oh, wow, what's happening? What happened just there?
Well, he's at Disney, so
there's children at Disney.
just a lady getting excited.
Oh, okay. Big lawn. Like, what's the big attraction there? Is there a birthday party? Is there a parade? What do we got?
No, I'm in Magic Kingdom. It's probably, I don't know, Splash Mountain's definitely one of them.
Okay.
That was a long wait. But
which hotel are we staying at?
No, I'm not on a Disney resort. I'm staying at like a Hilton off
look at you.
Site.
Veteran move. Wait, so who's doing the tweets if you're not there? I'm just kidding.
Listen, we've got a crew. Don't break kayfabe. We've got a crew that does this stuff. It's not just me.
And your high school picture is up on the screen in case you were wondering.
Such an awesome photo.
It is an awesome photo.
Connor did great with that, and I'm glad that one will stand the test of time.
Okay, no time to waste. He's on vacation, so hit up the generator.
Let's let him get back to the rides. We're throwing the names in the matrix to find out. Number 1, Eric.
Oh.
He gets to get out early. Number 2, Ariel. Number 3, Frank. Number 4, Connor. I will bring up the rear, and I'm okay with that.
All right, there it is.
I'm thankful I get to go first. I'm very confident in this one. Thank you for the music. I am going to go with the one, the only, in the main event, Cory Sandhagen. And this is Cory's fight to lose.
I knew that was going to be.
I am going to take the one and only Cory Sandhagen.
How can you take my guy? That's my guy.
Because he's my guy too, unfortunately for everybody else. So
the randomizer
I get to go first.
Rick.
I'm taking Cory.
Cory Sandhagen currently a minus 195 favorite against Song Yadong plus 165. All right, there you have it. Do you want to stick around for the other picks, or are you too busy?
I want to hear them. Yeah, I want to see what our.
Okay, I wasn't sure what the schedule was. All right, there it is. Who's second?
No, I want to hear.
That's
Your second, Ariel.
Oh, I'm second. Oh, all right.
To you.
I was going to go with Cory Sandhagen.
I had a feeling you would. I was a little disappointed to see. Where do we go now?
Well, here's the thing. Cory Sandhagen is represented by Lloyd Pearson, who I think is one of the better managers, best managers, to be honest, in the game. So is Song Yadong, by the way. It's a rare manager-on-manager fight, if that makes sense. Vayner guys. Another Vayner guy on this card, Mr. Joe Pyfer, minus 425. Let's go, Big Joe! In honor of Big Joe back there doing the Lord's work, Joe Pyfer minus 425. Alan Amidovsky plus 340. I mean, I think it's a conservative pick. One of the smaller favorites on the card, Joe Pyfer minus 425.
I was wondering where you were going with the agent talk, but I had a feeling you would find the road to Joe Pyfer in this situation. I had a feeling that one was coming.
Thank you.
I don't mind it. I like Pyfer here.
Well, you actually think it's a bad pick? You think he's too much of a favorite?
No. I'm saying
you don't mind it.
This is the opposite of what he said.
No, but like you say, you don't mind, as opposed to loving it.
Yeah, I should have said I loved it.
Okay,
Amidovsky hasn't had the best run in the UFC.
All right, there it is. Who's next?
Mr. Frankie.
So, couple fights going on Saturday. But the only one I'm concerned about is Daniel Zellhuber taking down Trey Ogden.
That was like the most like underwhelming pick of all time.
Why would you say that?
I had a feeling you were going to pick him because I made a joke about him earlier in the day before we went on.
You're going to
air.
regret that.
I will. Now listen, I'm hoping that it all works out.
A little fact about Zellhuber, you're going to love this, Ariel, just because of all the DraftKings reasons you have to do.
Yes.
He successfully got a calf slicer one time.
Wow.
2 years ago.
Do you feel like that's little known? I mean, all you have to do is go on his Tapology page and see that.
Did you know it?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
There you go. The golden boy.
All right. And he is currently
minus 300. That
wow.
gets the parlay to plus 149.
Okay. What do we got?
My pick remaining. Two guys. Do I stick to the UFC or do I go and take Canelo?
Wow. This would be the first non-MMA parlay. All non-MMA.
Yeah. I'm actually torn. I'm torn.
This would be the weekend to do it.
Who are you thinking about?
I would probably
UFC
take
side.
Canelo. Oh,
no.
On the UFC side?
Yeah.
Pat Sabatini. Cheesesteaks all around.
Cheesesteaks all around. Pat Sabatini. Where is he?
Tough matchup with Damon Jackson.
I'm just trying to find the...
Eric, do you have any insight?
Eric, what do you got?
I feel like the spirit of this should say to pick Sabatini, but I'm okay with Canelo, obviously. I think that's an easy dub. Let's lock
easy
it in.
dub? What the hell? First of all, have some respect. Triple G joining us in an hour, number one. I'm going to tell him you said that. Number two...
Sorry. It's
Eddie Hearn joining us in 15.
Number two, Canelo lost the first two fights.
Well, no, he won the last one.
No. In the people, like like the Leach law.
I felt like the first one was more like that. I felt like the second one wasn't.
He won the first one. Triple G won the first one, no doubt, 100%.
That's not what the people
did not
say.
win the second one. Did not.
All right, well, if there's this much contention, this much question, we'll go with Pat Sabatini.
If I'm being honest, I love the fact that we would have a little skin in the game in that boxing.
Yeah, it'd be a little fun late night.
Yeah.
But
do it.
Well, it's already been decided.
Well, it hasn't.
I already hit the answer button.
Yeah, you did.
That it's now final.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about that?
I don't love it. Now that everyone's like, yeah, let's do it.
Do whatever you want.
Waited until they talked you into one
Nope,
direction.
sorry, Frank. We're going back on it. Canelo Alvarez.
There you go.
We want some skin in the game.
Yeah.
There we go.
It should be fun. I mean, this is the weekend to do it. So good.
I don't
good
love
job.
the pick, if I'm being honest.
Well,
You shouldn't love the pick.
Sounds like Ariel's like in Triple G in this one.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
I got to go with
yeah.
the OG Big Drama Show. He's there for the clean sport, all right? He's going to be a mensch on the show. Canelo only gave us like 4 minutes last time he was on. I mean, he couldn't be bothered.
That gets the parlay to plus 194.
Wait, so what's the official pick?
Ooh, that's tasty.
Canelo.
Wow.
Getting some skin in the game.
Wait, is that with the boost or without the boost?
There will be no boost this weekend.
Why?
We can only get boost for pay-per-views.
That's fucking bullshit.
I agree. I had a discussion with DraftKings yesterday.
What?
and,
Wait, Canelo Triple G is not boost worthy?
No, we can only get the boost for pay-per-views.
that's temporary though, right? Like we're
Get
working
DraftKings
up
on the
to-
horn right now.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm out. I can't be a part.
They stiff-armed me yesterday.
You asked?
I was like, we've been killing it. I really think the fans have been receptive to this whole boost thing during the pay-per-views. Can we start getting it for fight nights? And they were like, here's what we can do. We can give you the widget on the screen so people can easily add your parlay, but we will only do boosts for pay-per-views.
I'll take the widget, but
some kind of BS.
UFC Apex 60 isn't boostable? I mean, give me a break.
The third leg of the Bantamweight Grand Prix isn't boostable? If not this, what?
That's what I'm saying.
By the
If
way,
not
is
these
it just
people
is
who-
it just Canelo money line or is it like some prop?
Yeah, just Canelo money.
All right.
Right off into the sunset, plus 194.
Coming off a loss.
Is he going to lose 2 in a row?
Think so.
Wow.
Jesus,
You going to tell Eddie that?
Sure, I don't care. I think Eddie would respect it. All my life,
respect
I've been
the
grinding
parlay,
them.
Ariel. You can't.
Okay, fine. But actually, we are on a roll of me disagreeing with the main event pick.
But it makes it like for an awkward conversation
Yeah, it
during
does.
the fight.
Nah, I'm usually wrong if I'm being honest, except for Leon. Nottingham Forest back this Friday, guys.
Yeah, can't wait.
Friday afternoon game.
Fulham.
Yeah. Oh, it's us versus Tony Khan. We're gonna lay the smackdown on his candy ass. All right. So there it is.
There
Right?
it is.
Okay.
Cory Sandhagen, Joe Pfeiffer, Daniel Zellhuber, Canelo Alvarez, plus 194.
It has
Boom.
been done.
Boostable potentially, or is it?
No, there's no potential.
Bet
No
accompli?
problem.
Yeah,
This
they
week
stiff on me
either,
hard.
though.
Heisman.
What are we gonna do next week when there's no UFC? Is there something else? Oh, there's
There's
Bellator Dublin.
Turtle races down the street.
Cool, cool.
We're going to do a Bellator Dublin parlay?
I mean, we have to. Aren't we contractually obligated to do
No.
something? Oh, we're
What?
not? Oh, okay. I thought we were.
This is the icing
By the
on
way,
the cake.
Bellator Dublin is not a bad...
No, we
not
can
bad.
do it.
Yeah.
We'll see if DraftKings gets the lines up in time.
Okay. Well, thank you, Rick. Get us one of those ears and the Pluto hat. I love that.
Bring me what is it? The Dole Whip.
Oh, Dole Whip's great.
I'm wearing my ears right now, Connor. I will get you a Dole Whip from the local Poke Works because they sell it there too, and not
Do they really?
ship you back Dole Whip
Oh.
from Florida. Yeah, they do.
That's awesome.
But good to hear from you guys. Feel good about this parlay. Now I'm back to Splash Mountain.
By the way,
We'll
are
get
you
back safely?
are you
right?
one of those families that wear like the matching shirts and say like, "Oh, third trip to Disney," and you
A
all
lot
wear...
riding on this answer here, Rick.
Nah, that you know me well enough to know that's not my style. If it's not just a plain black T-shirt,
I was
well,
gonna
I
say,
will.
you
I
wearing a
will
plain
throw
black
on-
T-shirt right now?
He was wearing a tank top.
I'm wearing a plain black T-shirt.
Plain back
And I will-
ears to
and I
match,
will
or did you
throw
get
on-
special ears?
Plain black. Plain black.
Oh, God.
Wait a
Great
second.
look.
There's some controversy here. Frank claims that he saw you wearing a tank top moments ago.
I definitely saw that.
I was
Sure
on
it was
Splash
back.
Mountain in the tank top. Then I put back on the shirt.
What?
Wow, that's how
What a
committed you
weird
are
move.
to the black
You
shirt.
changed your attire for Splash
I don't
Mountain?
think he changed it. I think he just had a tank top on underneath.
Oh.
Took off the
Yeah,
black
exactly.
T-shirt.
Connor knows better moves over here.
We need to
That's how you do
Photoshop
it.
his lower third to make it look like he's wearing a black T-shirt in high school as well.
That one missed, Frank.
If
That
we
one
had
missed.
time, we could have photoshopped him and it looked like he was on Splash Mountain.
Oh yeah, that would have been great. If this was inside the NBA, you'd have had that whipped up in a second.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, this isn't.
All right, New York Rick.
Where's Underdog when you need him? All right, bye.
There he is, New York Rick joining us. Shall we get in the picks before Edward joins us?
Yeah, we got 10 minutes. That's plenty of time to rip through these things.
All right, what do you got?
Let's just go ahead and start it up here. Got a lot of props this week. Didn't expect to have as many bets as I do, but I ended up with 8 singles and 4 parlays. So let's get rolling and let's get through them quickly. This Moto Van Camp fight, I just think this is 2 game fighters coming in here who are just going to swing and bang till someone goes out. Van Camp, he had a couple minutes of success against Fiallo before eventually getting knocked out himself. He's not afraid to stand and brawl. Mota, 6 of his last 9 wins have come by knockout. His last 3 losses by knockout as well. So he's kind of that killer be killed type fighter. Van Camp, 15 of his last 18 have not gone to a decision, including 10 in the first round, just like his last 3 fights have ended in the first round. So this should be a fun fight for as long as it lasts. Next up, I'm going with Jillian Robertson straight up against Agapova. What does Robertson do well?
Canuck.
Nice. Yeah, good call on that. She can wrestle and grapple, go for submissions. She's been credited for a submission attempt in 7 of her 12 UFC fights, and she's been able to finish the fight with 5 of those attempts. Agapova does not do great against this style. 5 UFC fights for her. She's 2-3 in those. And when she gets taken down in a fight, she's 0-3. When she doesn't, she's 2-0. How did she fare last time out? She got put up against the cage by Moroz, taken down, dominated on the ground, and eventually submitted. I just think this is a favorable matchup for Jillian Robertson where she has a clear path to victory. So at close odds, I'm willing to ride with the person that has the clear path to victory. But Agapova, she's wild. She can get in there. She can get crazy. She can get finishes. So that takes me to my second bet on this fight, which is the under 2.5. If you just look at it, Agapova, 6 straight fights have gone under the 2.5. 4 wins, 2 losses. Can be finished. Can get finishes. Robertson, 4 of her last 5 have gone to a decision, but before that, 7 straight not going to a decision. So that's 8 of the last 12 have not gone to a decision for her. Don't typically take unders in women's flyweight fights, but I feel comfortable with this one. I think someone is going to get their hand raised, and it's going to be by finish here. Next up, Giles Sose. Fight does not go to a decision. If you just look at these guys' records, Giles, 7 of his 9 UFC fights have not gone to a decision. And then Sose, 8 fights in his career. Last fight went to a 3rd round, but it still didn't go to a decision. But before that, 7 fights, 7 first-round finishes, 6 of them in the first 80 seconds. I mean, both of these guys have finishing capabilities, and I think someone is going to get put out here. Next up, Pat Sabatini. I don't have him in the parlay, but I do have him as a single. The game plan is simple. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. I mean, 4 UFC fights for Pat Sabatini. One of them, he heel hooked Jamal Emmers in the first round, and then 3 decisions. In those 3 decisions, he's averaging 4 takedowns and 10 minutes of control time in each of those fights. Clearly, the plan here is going to wrestle. I don't know if you know this. It's a stat going around town this week during Pat Sabatini fight week. Renzo Gracie Philly, run by Daniel Gracie. He's got 4 fighters in the UFC. Jeremiah Wells, Andre Petrosky, Sean Brady, and Pat Sabatini, of course, who's fighting this weekend. A combined 15-0 in the UFC. Sabatini 4-0, Brady 5-0, Wells 3-0, Petrosky 3-0. I will be eating a cheesesteak on Saturday. Joe has already given me a recommendation for a place. I'm going to go pick up a cheesesteak in honor of Renzo Gracie Philly. I'll be riding with my man Pat Sabatini into the sunset. Hopefully, if it works out perfectly, he should be fighting right around dinner time because we got a 4 o'clock start this week. I will be eating my cheesesteak while watching Sabatini grind out a beautiful win to move to 5-0 in the UFC.
Where are we going?
Joe, where are we going again? Fedorov's.
Fedorov?
Yeah.
Like the former Detroit Red Wings?
Sergey?
Yeah.
Maybe he owns a cheesesteak shop in Brooklyn now.
Respect.
Don't
Yeah, Fedorov. So,
can I just say something? Anyone that puts cheese whiz on a steak?
Yeah, not my thing.
Should be in jail.
I like
Yeah, not my
the cheese
thing.
whiz.
What the hell?
I'll do it either way.
Listen, I said what I said about dairy and cheese and all that. Okay, fine. You want to have a nice, chicken parm? You get a high quality parm. Cheese Whiz is like the lowest quality. I don't even think there's any actual
just
cheese
you
in that.
mentioned this. Did you know chicken parm is actually an American dish? Like, there's
Yeah, I
nothing
didn't say otherwise.
No, I just thought that was interesting.
I'm just saying, at least get a higher quality cheese, right?
I'm with you.
There's a
I'm
thing-
100% with you. I'm gonna go with a nice provolone on Saturday. I'm gonna get the peppers and onions.
You're not going to do the cheese. I
You got to
think
do
you
the
had
hot
to do-
peppers.
What? Who said you had to do Cheese Whiz?
Cheese Whiz is like the.
No, it's provolone or cheese
No,
whiz.
that's the thing that some Philly people like.
Yeah, isn't that what it is? A Philly cheesesteak.
Joe is saying to get it with Cheese Whiz.
I
There
like
it
it
is.
with cheese
I'm
whiz.
nodding my head, but there's zero chance I'm
But you
getting
could
it with
do
Cheese
provolone.
Whiz.
I mean,
Yeah,
provolone's
it's
good
already
too.
done. Provolone.
What's the one in Philly? Like the two that are side by side in Philly, like the two famous ones.
I want to say that's Pat's.
Pat's and
Geno's?
Geno's.
Totally wrong.
That's Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, D'Alessandro's is another one.
But they would make it for you with provolone if asked. And they're not going to scoff at you.
When Paul Felder gets his return fight in Philly, we'll all go and we'll all
Oh,
go to
sick.
get a cheesesteak together.
By the
Have
way,
a cheesesteak tonight. with
serious
cheese.
question. Serious question. The steak and the cheesesteak. Well done, right?
No. Oh my God.
I don't think they asked, do they?
But it's not well done.
Yeah. What is it?
I mean, it's probably like medium well at the just from it being.
What you're saying is closer to well than rare.
But that's why they cut it in smaller slices. You know what?
Have you ever tried a medium rare?
No, but I was with someone this weekend and they ordered it and I almost threw up in my mouth.
You wouldn't even try it.
You crazy?
I think if you tried it, it would change everything.
Have you had like teppanyaki where they cut the steak into little cubes and it looks cooked on all sides and you eat it in one bite? Have you done that?
You mean like at a?
Like a
by the way, do you think it's
teppanyaki.
obnoxious to have this Gatorade?
For sure. Well, it's not that you have the Gatorade. It's that you're drinking it like that. Yeah.
Do you want us to come dump a
This is
jug
almost
of water
as bad
on
as
your back?
sneeze
too?
pre-show.
This is like a soccer. This is my kid's soccer Gatorade thing. You like?
What are they? They're probably on the sidelines looking for their water bottle right now.
It's true.
All right. We got off the rails here. I got a few more picks I got to run.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to make
Edward.
Mr. Eddie Hearn wait, because you got to tell him how you're all in on Triple G.
Yeah.
Anthony Hernandez, similar to Pat Sabatini. I like this matchup. We've seen MAB struggle when he goes up against wrestlers, and I think that just needs to be the exact game plan here for Anthony Hernandez. Last time out, put on a wrestling clinic against Josh Frem, 8 takedowns, 11 minutes of control time. Just shoot early, shoot often, rack up control time, go for submissions, go for ground and pound, and get the victory. I like it there. Next up, Bozer Nascimento, under 2.5. I was surprised at what this opening line was. I thought it was pretty ridiculous because you have one man in a heavyweight fight on one side who has never even seen a third round in Nascimento, so I feel confident in this one not going that far. I know Bozer has been to some decisions, but it's against guys like Alir Latifi, Andrei Arlovsky, Cyril Gane, heavyweight fighters that aren't strangers to going to decisions. Nascimento is a stranger to going to decisions, 10 fights, never seen a third round. I like this one ending early. And then last up for the singles, it is Bill Algeo, Senor Perfecto. I think this is a really close fight. And in a really close fight, I don't mind having the dog odds. I know that Feely's probably going to come in here and try and wrestle, but I think Algeo's got a pretty competent grappling game. I think he's got a pretty good get-up game. Feely does not have much success on keeping people down when he does take them down, and then when he gets on the feet, man, I think Algeo just has the volume advantage. I think he's going to constantly be moving. I think he's going to make it tough for Feely. I think he is just going to outstrike him. He's never been KO'd. I don't really see Feely as a huge KO threat, so I'm not worried about that happening. I just think he's just going to outpoint him. I think he's going to fight for our money. If it does go to the ground, not worried about submissions. Feely, no submissions in the UFC. So I think it's going to be a close fight. I think it probably goes to a decision. And I want a guy like Bill Algeo, volume advantage. Fight for our money, and hopefully cash a dog ticket here. And then quick 4 parlays that I'll just run through. 2 guys from the MMA Hour parlay right here. Daniel Zellhuber, Joe Pyfer, another one. Then I added Canelo Alvarez to that. So,
wow.
Yeah, really exposed there now, but I'm okay with it. And then a little prop parlay. Pyfer Amedovsky does not go the distance. Amedovsky, just kill or be killed. 2AT. I mean, knocked out in the first minute of his 2 UFC fights, other than the Christoph Jocko one. And then before that, 8 wins by KO. Don't see this one going to a decision. Then Song Yadong, I think this is going to be a technical fight, and I think it'll go long. So I did that, and then I added Rodriguez and Njokuani. Does not go to a decision. 2 guys. that have big-time finishing capabilities. I think it's going to be really exciting for as long as it lasts. Those are the picks. UFC Apex 60. See if we can keep the hot streak rolling into the week off. And look at that. We got 2 minutes to spare before we get to Eddie Hearn.
I like it.
Real quick, you don't own a Canelo t-shirt, right?
No, but I do own a Daniel Zellhuber shirt. So
you do?
No, I'm just
kidding. Get the way out of here.
Jinx Frank's back.
Incredible. I wonder if that even exists.
With Redbubble, everything.
Do you own a Triple G t-shirt?
No.
Let's go.
I did meet a guy in Europe from Kazakhstan that
love Triple G. Probably.
Well, he knows Triple G. Yeah.
Oh,
good friends with him. Showed me pictures of him with Triple G. Yeah, it was pretty random.
On the street?
No, he was at the wedding that I was at.
Oh,
he owns a chain of electronic stores in Kazakhstan. Big money. Big money for this.
He was trying to flex?
No. They told me that he was friends with Triple G, so I started asking him about that. He knew Shavkat too.
Oh yeah, legend. Yeah. Rakhmonov. Still no fight for him.
Excited to hear who's gonna fight, man.
Did I ask Triple G? Oh yeah, I asked Triple G about Shavkat when I spoke to him in April or so. By the way, on Monday's show we have a couple of very exciting in-studio guests.
Oh yeah, who?
Not going to tell you.
No.
Any update on Paolo in studio?
Oh, you know, I have to circle back with Tamara.
Someone did ask him on Twitter if he's going to be on the show on Monday, and he said yes.
He did?
Yeah.
Wow. How did you see that? You were tagged?
Yeah, they sent it to me.
Do you think,
hoping to get that secret juice recipe.
What if there's a proposal here in the studio?
Oh my God.
Oh wow, yeah, he saved it for this.
Yeah.
That would be incredible. That would be one of the biggest. It would be Italian Gangster and Stotts almost brawling, and then that as far as the biggest moments.
Below it, you would have a proposal below it.
For sure.
Wow.
I mean, I almost stopped like a legit brawl.
He's such a nice guy. You think he'd let me take a sip of the secret juice?
I actually think so.
If I waterfalled it?
Would I advise you to take it? No.
Well,
but
I can wash down my Michael Chandler Uncrustable with the secret juice.
Right. I wouldn't call it
Uncrustable.
Uncrustable. It's called a cram.
Cram, yes. I couldn't think of it.
All right. We have to get to our next guest, the great Eddie Hearn, joining us. So thank you very much. Good luck. And I'm going to tell him right now what I just said, in case Frank was calling me out, calling me a coward. And I'm going to tell him right now. So without further ado, thank you very much, GC. Thank you, Frank. Massive weekend in Las Vegas. Not only is it UFC Apex 60, but almost as big is the trilogy, the highly anticipated trilogy. Finally, they shall meet once more time, and probably for the last time. It's Triple G, big drama show himself, Gennadiy Golovkin, who's going to join us in about 30 minutes as well. So stay tuned for that. Going up against Saul Canelo Alvarez. What a fight. What a moment. What a rivalry. Mexican Independence Weekend in Las Vegas. Nothing bigger. And it's a small little promotion from Essex that's putting on the show. Eddie Hearn, kind enough to join us to talk about it all. How about that, Eddie, huh? I mean,
I love that area.
Isn't that good?
I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. Just coming into America and throwing those elbows. Get out of our way. We're a small promotion from Essex. By the way, we were just talking about the fight, and the guy said I wouldn't have the balls to say this to you, but we're mates. I could say anything to you. I think Triple G wins this fight. How about that?
You know what? I just got stopped by a couple of people. I won't actually say who they are because obviously they work in the boxing industry, and they just said the same thing. So there's a lot of I think there's a lot of goodwill for Gennadiy Golovkin. Like the first two fights were very close, but I have to say Canelo Alvarez has trained like I've never seen him train before for this fight. In fact, I saw him yesterday on the stage at the Grand Arrivals, and I said to him, "You look ready," and he said, "So much more than ready." Wow. His neck was like about this big, and he just looks like he's ready to go. And I think this is going to be the best of the three fights. Honestly, I think Gennadiy Golovkin up at 168 is going to really suit him. I think he's going to be, he's going to have more in the tank. And Canelo Alvarez, he's up against it. He's coming off the back of a defeat to Dmitry Bivol. And the more this fight sort of draws closer, the more people are giving Gennadiy Golovkin a great shot in this fight. And he's going to give it everything. There's two modern day greats, Aaron. And looking forward to it here in Las Vegas, although here in some kind of nest here that they
what is
put me in to
going
talk
on?
to you.
I feel like usually I
know.
see you do interviews. You're in these nice suites. I mean, the decor. What is that wallpaper behind? I mean, it feels very
Yeah,
1987.
I don't know. I'm just trying to stay humble, Ariel. I'm out here. You were right earlier on. We are taking over the world of boxing,
Right.
but at the same time, let's just remain humble. So for the meantime, they've put me in this wardrobe to speak to you.
Meanwhile, in 2 hours, you'll do your 9th interview with IFL this week, and you'll be in a lovely suite, sitting back having a coffee. With us, we get this outdated wallpaper.
I thought you were here when they said you're doing Ariel. I mean, I'm normally in the studio.
Yeah. I was told you were
So-
going to stop here on the way London to Vegas, stop in New York. I thought we had a thing going.
I would have if I knew you weren't here. But when I hear that I've got to be on the Ariel show, at the end of the day, we do what we always do.
Appreciate that. Thank you. By the way, you have a big week like this, massive week. I said small company from Essex doing this huge fight of the year, potentially as far as interest and buzz. And yet I see all the interviews you're doing, and it's a lot of questions about a fight potentially happening back home, right? The biggest fight potentially in British boxing history, Fury, Joshua, all that. I'm just curious, and I'm obviously going to ask you about that, but like, is there a part of you that's like, guys, can we just talk about Triple G Canelo? Like, this is a big freaking deal. Can we not distract from that? Do you get annoyed?
So every fight week is the same because we have so much going on. I mean, look, we're a couple of weeks off the back of Joshua Usyk in Saudi. Now we're here, with Canelo against Triple G. People talking about Eubank Ben, which is a huge fight we've got coming up in the UK. Now, obviously, with the Joshua Fury news breaking as well, it's just boxing. And when you're involved in so many great events, people start talking. Obviously, Joshua Fury is a fight of huge magnitude, so a lot of people are talking about that. But I don't know whether they were calling our bluff, but we accept, and we have accepted the fight. We've accepted the terms. They tell me it's real, and if it is real, I believe the fight will get made. And I'm excited for that fight as we are for this weekend. So I think it's boxing, it's MMA, it's UFC. Everybody's talking about the next one or what might be happening with the next one. So we await the contract for Joshua Fury, and it would be a pleasure to be involved with.
On August 20th, after that fight against Usyk, the rematch, in a million years, could you have imagined less than a month later that you'd be at this point staring at a potential Tyson Fury AJ fight?
Certainly not. I mean, we wanted that fight for so long. Joshua signed for that fight a couple of years ago not even that long ago, because we had the fight all agreed. It was undisputed. And then the Wilder arbitration got in the way and stopped that from happening. Coming off the Usyk defeat, it was everybody's plan just to relax, take a fight in December, take another fight in the spring, get the confidence back, gel more with the training team. And Tyson Fury called out AJ on social media. I don't know whether he felt it was a weak moment for AJ or, it was the right time to fight him. But AJ has always wanted to fight Tyson Fury and said, I'm in. And, we spoke to the training team. As fighters will always say, I'm in. But the training team, the people around him said, look, this might be the only chance we get to face Tyson Fury. So I didn't think actually the terms were right, but I'm not the boss. AJ is the boss. And he says, look, I don't care. Let's make the fight. And if they're bluffing, then we'll find out. But hopefully they're not. And everything I hear from the other side is they're not. And like I said, we await the contract, and December 3rd, Millennium Stadium, maybe we have the greatest Christmas present for boxing fans you could have ever dreamed of.
Does this feel more real than the last time?
I don't know. Last time we were there, we'd signed the contract. I don't know. Boxing, it's hard to trust people in boxing, Aaron, and again, you go into these things in the hope that everyone's genuine. And like I said, if they are genuine, the fight will happen. But if they're not, then they'll mess you around. You'll receive a bullshit contract. They'll find an excuse. The broadcasters can't do this, they can't do that. But generally in boxing, when two parties want to make a fight, you get there. And like I said, at the moment, we're not talking badly about each other. We're genuinely saying, let's try and make it happen. And from our side, we accept the terms, but we have to see the contract, which we're waiting on.
I know your family has a history with the Warrens, although I've heard you talk very nicely about George Warren, who seems to be the one leading the charge from Queensberry. So how has it gone with him? What is your relationship like with him?
Yeah, it's difficult because, I come into this boxing game with a history of relationships with a Hearn, but not with me. My dad was not at war, probably at war with Frank Warren and at times Bob Arum and Don King and all these guys. And sort of I come in and pick up the baton, if you like, and that rivalry still exists, even though it's a different person. I've never spoke to Frank Warren. I don't think I probably ever will in that sense. And I think sometimes it's difficult to communicate with that older generation because they can look at you in a different light. But George Warren, his son, and Francis Warren, who I get on with, pretty well, we've had very good conversations, and it's refreshing sometimes. Friday I had breakfast with George Warren, and it was quite surreal, sort of thinking, wow, actually Matchroom and Queensbury here are having a breakfast and talking about making a particular fight. And it can open the doors for other fights as well, because we started talking about potential other fights as well. So, maybe George isn't quite sort of embroiled in the same past and history of the rivalry. And, if it's for the good of boxing and for the good of our fighters, why not?
Why is it a take it or leave it deal? Why can't you negotiate?
We weren't given the option to, and we were told they'll walk away. So from our point of view, we run the risk of losing it and trying to negotiate for what I felt was commercially fair, or accepting it. And I said to AJ, look, I'm being told here by the other side, if you don't accept all these terms, there's no fight. And he said, then accept the terms.
And what are the terms?
The terms are what Tyson Fury said, 60-40, which I didn't think was unreasonable. 50-50, Tyson Fury wanted a rematch clause. I asked for it to be 60-40, flipped back in a champion's favour, which was denied, but it's quite fair. And they wanted the fight, I wanted the fight December 17, which is another date that Queensbury had held at Millennium Stadium. And Fury said, no, it has to be November. Then they come back and said December 3rd. And we accepted that as well. So it's not a bad deal. I'm not sitting here saying, it was the deal was a joke. It was a disgrace. But normally you'd like the ability to negotiate a few bits. But apparently we were under the gun in terms of time. So AJ said, don't give him an excuse. Accept it. And that's what we did.
And how much would AJ stand to make?
You always ask me these kind of questions.
I don't know. Isn't that,
am I allowed to ask you how much you're making?
Well, the difference is, like in sport, everyone knows what everyone's making.
It doesn't matter. It's sport, is it? It's someone's personal, income. Look.
What do you want to know? I'll tell you anything.
I always do. A load of money. I don't want to know about you. You can tell me off camera. I'd love to know everyone. At the moment, I'm just seeing your stock. I think I might even represent you. Have you got an agent?
I do, yeah.
No. Are they any good?
Not bad.
Okay. I'll be better though, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you'd be pretty damn good. Imagine I walk in there with Eddie Hearn representing me. That would be something else. Can you call up Dana on my behalf and maybe break down some of those barriers? That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You won't tell me, but would it be comparable?
Money. Look, nowhere near as much money as they could make for that fight in the Middle East.
Got it.
But honestly, look, AJ's done incredibly well, and this fight's a little bit more than the money. Everyone feels like this fight should be in the UK, which is true. But you leave money on the table when you stage a fight in the UK. That's just fact. But they both genuinely want this fight in the UK, as do Matchroom and Queensbury. So the answer to your question was a lot.
Could I ask you, how do you feel about Fury not fighting Usyk next?
Look, Fury had the chance to fight Usyk. When we were doing this other method where Fury was going to fight Usyk for undisputed, AJ was going to have a warm-up fight the winner. It was all done. And Tyson Fury said, I want a warm-up fight or another fight before I fight Usyk. He wouldn't go straight into the Usyk fight, so he fought Dillian Whyte. Now, to be fair to Tyson Fury, Usyk is saying, I don't want to fight till early next year. So, I don't know. Look, Tyson Fury's a very smart guy in terms of boxing IQ. He knows how good Alexander Usyk is. And I know he comes out and says he's a middleweight, he's this and that, but he knows the pedigree of this man, and he knows it's a very tough fight. So maybe he feels like AJ's an easier fight, and he's going to make maybe as much money in that fight as he was in the Usyk fight. But I think he will fight Usyk at some point, but he also knows how good he is.
Just a couple more things on this. What do you think of AJ's performance on August 20th?
Good. Look, Usyk's very, very good. He's a southpaw. He can switch. His movement's fantastic. His upper body movements. And what he did in the 10th, 11th and 12th round was unbelievable, because at that point, coming through the 9th round, I thought, AJ's got this. And he went back. He had a little bit of an implosion in the ring after. And we got back to the change room. I said, you boxed well. I didn't. I lost. I said, no, but the first fight, you weren't in the fight. in this fight, after the 9th round, I thought you were going to win the fight. I did all square or you up after the 9th, and then he won 10, 11, 12 to run away with the fight. So don't be that harsh on you. But you're talking about, it's amazing you live in a world where it's like AJ should retire. Like wherever you want to put AJ, even if you want to be negative about his ability, you have to put him in the top 5 in the world, right? So what? You should retire because you lose to pound for pound number 1. Like he's young, he's fresh, there's no injuries, he's still learning, he's still improving. So I thought his performance was good. And it's a horrible style for him, as it is for many people. But I'll tell you what, Ariel, there's a lot of people that would never have fought Alexander Usyk in his position. And he did it twice.
The post-fight antics, if you will, what did you make of that?
As a friend, I found it, quite upsetting and emotional. I mean, after the fight, there was a lot of frustration. For 11 months, he's been thinking about defeating Alexander Usyk. He's had a very long camp and he couldn't do it. And that frustration poured out in the ring. And then at the press conference after, you saw him break down and cry, which I felt like it was good for him mentally to sort of let that all out. He lives in a bubble. People feel that if you're successful and you've made money and you've got championship belts and you've got fame and all this kind of stuff, that you can't have your own struggles in life. Sometimes actually living in that world when you don't come from that world is a bigger struggle than you could have ever anticipated. And the fact is Anthony Joshua is just a normal young man that likes to do normal things. He's from an estate. He loves his friends. He loves his family. He's got time for everyone. And over the years, he's had so much pressure and expectations to be that ambassador for British boxing, to be that good guy, to take photos, to sign autographs, to talk to media, to talk to everybody. Yet he can't go for a coffee down in his local cafe, or he can't go to the park and have a kick around with his friends, and people don't realise the stresses that come with that. And I think that was just this bubble that he lives in and everything just overflowing. And I think, that first and foremost, as a friend, you want him just to be happy. But his happiness comes from boxing and, achieving and improving. So when you put your entire life into boxing and you lose, the way you react is a lot differently to if you've got other things or, you might have a business or, a bigger family or lots of kids or stuff like this. And you can take yourself out of that world. He's in that world and he never leaves the world. So it's very, very difficult for him mentally to take defeat when he's a winner. And he found it frustrating that he couldn't beat Alexander Usyk. So for me, I liked the fact that people saw that. And I liked the fact that he let that out on such a public stage. And I think, I saw some stuff talk about mental health around fighters and stuff like that. People don't often realise what fighters go through mentally, in preparation and build up on fight night and making weight, on all kinds of different levels. And when you leave the sport, to step away from that routine, that regimental lifestyle that can give you stability is quite hard to do. And that's why you see a lot of fighters who leave the sport struggle. The highs of fighting, the regimental lifestyle of camp, being around your teammates, being around trainers, your mentors, feeling healthy, making weight and all those kind of things, just sort of leave your life. And, his life is so regimental, but that lifestyle is what took him out of a world that, could have taken him down a different path. And that's why he fell in love with the sport. So I never like to see anyone struggle, especially people close to me, and especially under the microscope like that was. But in a way, I like the fact that he let it out. Probably his life is like, you imagine like a tin can, and when you take the lid off, you hear that noise. Mm-hmm. That's kind of like the noise I felt that night, where it's like, finally, you haven't got the belts anymore. We're not getting. It wasn't a disrespect to Alexander Usyk. It was as if to say, for years and years, I've tried to keep these things. You've given me mandatories. You've told me I've got to fight this guy. I haven't been able to be as active as I want. And now we've got no belts. So now we can be free. We can build that schedule and we can go and have more fights, more activity and enjoy it again. Because I think a lot of the enjoyment went out of what he was doing. And when that happens, one, that's sad. And two, that's a reason to walk away. When you don't love something anymore, it doesn't matter what it is, you need to walk away. and especially in a sport as dangerous as boxing. So if he was like, yeah, he's had enough, he doesn't have the hunger anymore, I don't want to compete, I would say to him, I think you should consider walking away from the sport. But he loves the sport. It's what drives him. And he feels like he can improve. He loves to compete. He wants it more than ever. And that's why, you go back to the greats like Canelo Alvarez, Ariel. Canelo Alvarez used to sell ice pops on the road in Guadalajara, all right? Everything for him was about getting out of that world and watching some of the greats and winning those belts. How do you get out of that world, make the money that Canelo Alvarez has made, win the belts that he's won, all right, and still train with the same intensity, the same desire? That's because you have a passion and a love for what you do. And that passion will never be denied or never be beaten. And whilst that still exists, you're dangerous, right? So it doesn't matter what you've got or where you've come from. If you have a passion for what you do, if you have a love for what you do, and if you have that winning mentality as well that someone like Canelo Alvarez and Anthony Joshua has, you need to stay there and you can't be denied. And it fascinates me. And I respect those guys so much that have so much, yet still are willing to go out and put the hard yards in. Wake up early, do the runs, have a rest, 15-round sparring, take punishment in the gym, come back from the injuries, walk out in front of the world to fight another man or a woman in front of all of us, So these guys deserve a lot of credit and respect. And unfortunately, in that situation, you just saw AJ raw. But the response has been tremendous because people appreciate everybody goes through hard times. It doesn't matter whether you've got no job or you're making $5 billion a year. Everyone has their struggles.
What an answer, by the way. Tremendous stuff. Thank you for that. So can I ask you last thing? September 14th, can you tell us definitively, how do you feel? Confident? Why? Is this really going to happen? What's your prediction? Yes or no? Does it happen on December 3rd?
I'll go. I think if I had to make a call, I would say yes, but we've still got a long way to go.
Long way? Really? I thought it was just a contract coming in, you sign it, and we're done.
Yeah, exactly. That's why there's a long way to go.
That's a lot. Okay. When do you expect it? This week?
Contract to come in.
This week?
Yeah, any day.
Okay. Back to Canelo. Do you feel from a pay-per-view standpoint, from a drawing standpoint, that his stock was hurt by the fact that he just lost to Bivol? He's coming into this fight coming off a loss.
You know what? Probably not. And I said this in an interview earlier, and I think this is a great message for fighters, right? Canelo Alvarez is just coming off a defeat. I actually think it makes the Triple G fight more intriguing because back-to-back defeats for Canelo Alvarez, quite honestly, is disastrous. And all of a sudden, before that fight, there was this air of invincibility around Canelo Alvarez where it's like, he just can't be beaten. And now people are going, like you said, I think Triple G might do this. A guy out there, just for MGM, I think he might do this. And that's the belief, is this guy's not invincible anymore. And there's so much pressure on him now to succeed. So I actually think the defeat to Bivol, I think people understood, look, he's moving up to a weight division he probably shouldn't be in. He got beat. But I think it's added spice to this fight because people give Golovkin more chance and people know that Canelo is under serious pressure in this fight.
Just a couple of things and then we'll let you go. Thank you as always for the time. One of my favorite people that I've ever met covering combat sports. Truly, I love this man. I can't get enough of him.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Well, I was waiting for that punch.
Oh, sorry.
The great, and you may not like him this week, the great Chris Eubanks Sr. I love Chris. I can listen to him recite poetry. You do a great impersonation of him, but I feel like he's been like a gnat annoying you this week. He kind of threw this grenade. I heard you say you were on a flight, no Wi-Fi, you land, your phone explodes. And so now people are afraid that this massive fight, one of the biggest fights in British boxing history as well, Eubank Ben 3, if you will, October 8th, the Zone pay-per-view, is now in jeopardy. Come on, when there's smoke, there's fire. You know this. Is this fight in jeopardy?
It's not in jeopardy, no. I mean, Chris Eubank Sr. is a guy that I've known since I was 8 or 9 years old, We've never really got on. I mean, we have to understand, like, when my family came through in boxing, he was the breakout guy, and my dad was very close to him. My dad was best man at his wedding. But for some reason, we've never really got on particularly well. But I do respect him. But, he came out in the week and said, I'm not letting my son fight 157 pounds. The fight's off. I mean, firstly, he has no ability to cancel the fight. That's on Chris Eubank Jr., who is clearly not cancelling the fight. But also, by the way, the real disadvantage in this fight is on Conor Benn. He's coming from 147 up to 157. Now, I know he's no weight cut, but he's fighting a guy 2 divisions bigger. So Chris Eubank Jr. has weighed 158 something before. He's got to just come down to 157. So when I landed that day, I spoke to Callie Sowland and he said, look, no, absolutely not. The fight's happening. Eubank believes he wins the fight. The trainer come on, said his weight's perfect. The commission came on, said we've been weighing him. His weight's perfect. So, mind games or whatever, but October the 8th, Eubank Ben, we're good to go.
October 29th, it's Plonker versus Spider. It's Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva. Are you impressed? Are you impressed that Jake is taking this fight? Your words, by the way, Plonker.
I don't know enough about Anderson Silva. I mean, Anderson Silva is 48?
47.
47.
Legend.
But he can box.
Yeah.
He can box a bit by the sounds of things. I mean, I think that Jake's been a bit unlucky because he was trying to fight Tommy Fury. He was trying to fight Hasim Rahman. And that would have actually given him the ability to say, actually, you have to respect me now as a boxer. To defeat Anderson Silva whilst boxing is still, a very impressive part of his repertoire, he's still not a boxer and he's 47 years of age. But he's a tough guy. He has a huge profile. He can box. And I think he'll be competitive. I don't think he beats Jake because I think Jake's young and I think he can punch a bit. But I'm intrigued to watch. And I like what Jake's doing. I think he's out there. It's kind of like him against the world. No one's trying to do him many favors in boxing. It's not YouTube boxing anymore, as far as I'm concerned. We've seen that with other stuff at the weekend, and we have to be careful about that on many different levels. But good luck to Jake. And I would like to see him after this, if he comes through, actually fight some boxers, because I think he can beat some boxers, and then his credibility would definitely rise in the sport.
We love Katie Taylor over here. When are we going to see her again?
Funnily enough, Ariel, on a very similar date to what you just said.
Oh.
The same one.
Break some new.
You can see the return of Katie Taylor. So we're going to make an announcement, I believe, Friday about our show.
Forget announcements. Do it here.
October 29th, Katie Taylor will return. Watch this space. She has a number of mandatories to take care of. We're also going to keep a keen eye on Chrissy Cyborg, who I believe has got a boxing debut
next week. Next week.
Of course, as well. So she won't be fighting her on October 29th, but that could be one for maybe the end of the year or very early next year. We still talk about the Amanda Serrano rematch as well, who we're talking to MVP about, and the legend shall return October 29th in London.
Wow, in London, O2?
At Wembley Arena.
Wembley headliner?
Arena. Yep, she'll be headlining, and we're bringing her back to actually where she debuted.
Wow.
She debuted there at Wembley Arena, so
versus?
We haven't told anyone that yet, Ariel. So
versus who?
I will announce that in due course.
Eddie, one of them. What do you mean in due course?
This is undefeated mandatory challenger. Don't worry.
Wow. And okay, so regular weight for her, right?
135 pounds.
Yeah. All right. So it's not going to be Chris, but is there a chance she wins this fight? She fights Chris after?
Yeah. I mean, look, we've got a couple of great fights coming up. We've got Jessica McCaskill against Chantel Cameron for the undisputed 140-pound title in Abu Dhabi on November 5th. Part of a big card out there with those guys. You got Chris Cyborg. You got Holly Holm. I mean, there's a lot of MMA fighters trying to make the transition. I mean, Nate Diaz, probably the most recent, talked about it at the weekend. So we're always up for discussing that. And I think if those guys are not involved in any commercial contracts with anyone, it brings a different challenge. But Katie's very, very good. And we need to see how Chris Cyborg looks, I think, because I want it to be credible and I want it to be a real challenge.
By the way, speaking of that, I know you have this Lee Wood fight in Nottingham. I'm kind of the unofficial mayor of Nottingham these days. I don't know if you know this, but they love me over there. Yeah, we got the forest. In any event, he's off, and the main event is off. People were very excited about this, but you're keeping the card, and you're giving an opportunity to the rest of the fighters on the card to remain, and some are happy, some aren't happy. People like to bellyache. But I give you credit for that, A. B, do you think... I don't know if you followed, you're a very busy guy, you got a lot going on, but this past weekend, unprecedented what the UFC did. One guy came over 7.5 pounds, and they switched all top 3 fights. They switched opponents on 24 hours notice. Do you think that is fair? Would you ever do that as a promoter? In this case, you have, Lara without an opponent. Would you ever change, and I know it's a few weeks out, but faced with a scenario like that, would you feel comfortable rearranging the top of a card to essentially benefit one guy?
I mean, firstly, in answer to the Nottingham event, losing a main event is brutal. You know, we'd sold 8,000 tickets for that fight. Like, the arena was going to be bouncing. It's such a good card. It's a world championship triple header. And like, when that main event fell through, it's like, oh man, you know, you're going to have to offer people refunds. Most of them were Lee Wood fans, so you're going to have a half full arena. But then you start thinking about the fighters that have made the sacrifices. And then, you know, we go back to the struggle. You know, people like Terry Harper that have been out of the ring for a long, long time without income, you know, have been dreaming about becoming a 2-division world champion. You know, Maxie Hughes against Kid Galahad, like, it's a really good all Yorkshire fight. There's other fighters on the card that haven't boxed for a few months. They get paid when they fight. And yes, financially, it's not good news for us. We'll do a lot of money on the show. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to provide for these fighters. So I couldn't make the phone call to Terry Harper's manager, Steffi Ball, or Terry Harper, and tell him, I'm really sorry, but this fight you've been training for 3 or 4 months has fallen through, and I'll let you know the new date might be December. Like, you know, I don't feel like you should behave in that way. And thank you for DAZN as well for feeling the same way. Going back to your other question, I think what the UFC did was quite amazing. Like, I have to be honest. I mean, someone put a tweet out, I don't know, it wasn't you, but you might have seen it, where it said, wouldn't it be unbelievable if in this situation you didn't even tell the fans who was fighting? And literally, you only knew who was fighting when they came through the tunnel, right? And I was like, well, that's very WWE, but that is, you know, you have to keep innovating. Now, in this situation, they innovated without intentionally innovating, right? But you have to think on your feet. And it's very difficult in that scenario to go back in, renegotiate with this person, make this fight. Otherwise, you lose the show. So I actually think what UFC, Dana, Hunter, I believe you gave a lot of credit to as well for the whole situation. I know how difficult it is in that situation. You have to think on your feet. You have to be proactive. You have to be smart. You have to be sharp. And they ended up with an event that may have actually done bigger numbers than the original lineup because of the uncertainty and the madness of exactly what was going on. You know, so no one likes to be in that situation, but at the same time, they were extremely fluid and sharp and smart to do it. And sometimes you have to make decisions that might be harsher on others than others, for the good of the show, for the good of the business, for the good of the sport. And at the end of the day, I think all in all, I think they got out of jail.
Well, it's another big weekend for you, the Matchroom team, DAZN, and I have to say, we talked about this a few months ago about smelling the flowers, about taking a step back, enjoying the moment. I've heard you in a few interviews saying, you know, we should pat ourselves on the back. This is a big deal. We should take this in. We should celebrate the fact that this small company from Essex is putting on the biggest fight of the year. So I like to think maybe you took a bit of my advice. You checked yourself a little bit.
I have actually.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I have actually. I mean, as the song goes, I could get used to this. You know, I could definitely get used to this big fight feel in Las Vegas. And as a kid, you know, I used to come here when my dad was promoting shows. He was never really the lead promoter in a lot of these big American shows. He didn't have a big American TV deal. But, you know, I came here at the age of 18, I think I was, when Nazim Hamed fought Barrera at MGM. You know, Herbie Hyde fought Riddick Bowe. Like, so to come here and be part of these huge events and promote these big events. And I know you keep saying about this small company from Essex, and you are right. But now we're not just a small company from Essex. We're a huge global powerhouse, and we are only 20% where we want to be. And we're not stopping because we love what we do. But it's really important in life to sometimes, you know, just wake up and be very thankful and grateful for, one, that you're breathing, but two, the blessings that you have. And there's many blessings in my life, but one of them from a work perspective is somehow, some way, we're here. You know, and it's very easy. And I used to do it all the time. I remember when we did AJ Klitschko at Wembley, I never really remember that night. I was just, you know, it was just a blur. And lately, I've really tried to take it all in, you know, to look around, to go for walks, to look at the billboards and see the Matchroom name proudly up across Las Vegas as well. And, you know, we're very, very lucky because I'm a massive fight fan and I love this sport immensely. So to be involved with two modern day greats in such an iconic fight is incredible. And you know, and the way we're approaching things globally, you know, like you said, we're at Las Vegas this week, then we're in Nottingham next week, you know, then we've got Eubank Ben in London, then we've got our first ever event in Australia, in Brisbane, which I can't wait for. Then we're in Mexico. Then we're back for Katie Taylor. Then we've got our first show in Abu Dhabi. And then we could be rolling on into like the likes of Dillian White and AJ against Fury. And people said about, oh, this year has been great for you. You might get AJ Fury to add to Taylor Serrano. Yeah, but what about Canelo Bivol? What about Canelo Triple G? What about AJ against Usyk in Saudi? What about Lee Wood against Michael Conlan, one of the best fighters I've ever seen? What about Josh Warrington becoming world champion again? Like, it's sometimes, I'm not here to ask for credit, but give us some credit.
Yeah, you deserve it.
What we're doing globally. It's never been done before in boxing. And, like I said, we've got ambitions well beyond where we're living at the moment. So keep smiling, baby.
Keep it up, my friend. Good luck to you. Thanks, as always, for the time. Next time in studio, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, there he is, Eddie Hearn, top man over at Matchroom Boxing. Massive weekend for them this Saturday, September 17th. Let's not waste any time. One half of that main event, Triple G, big drama show himself. Where he is, the pride of Kazakhstan, the man who will shock the world and prove that he is the better man, the man who will right the wrongs of the last two fights. The great Gennadiy Golovkin. Is he there? Where is he? There he is, Triple G himself. How are you, Triple G? How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm great. Thanks.
Triple G, I just spoke to Eddie Hearn. I don't know if you were listening to that, but I told him to his face, I said, you are going to win on Saturday. He didn't like it very much. He had some things to say, but I believe you are going to right the wrong from the last two fights. What do you think about that?
Вы знаете, у каждого свое мнение, да, то есть кому-то планы одни нравятся, кому-то одни не нравятся. Вот я так помню, что эти планы не нравятся.
Of course, anyone has the right to his or her opinion. Obviously, Eddie Hearn not like what you told him, but it's up to him whether to like it or not.
Okay, there's a bit of an echo, so it's hard to fully hear what you were saying. So if the translator could speak maybe closer to the computer, that would be great.
Just talk louder.
Or talk
louder.
Whoever just said that sounded great. Triple G and the translator did not sound great. So anyhow, we feel very confident. I want to ask you something that you said about something that you said yesterday. You said you want to win this fight for a clean sport. And so let's not beat around the bush, Triple G. Do you feel as though he is still on performance-enhancing drugs?
Вы знаете, временем сейчас другое, то есть то, что было не использовано или не использовано, это осталось в прошлом. То есть каждый понес за это свое какое-то наказание или ответственность. Так что сейчас история заново начинается, и я думаю, смысла нет сейчас возвращаться так долго на обматывать.
Oh, it looks like you guys muted because we don't hear you anymore. Do you hear me?
Go ahead. Start it. Go ahead.
Try again.
The translator, you could go ahead.
Something different.
Hear the translator now?
Yeah, I hear you guys now.
Okay. So it's all in the past. It doesn't really matter what he used or not back then. This is a new age, and whatever happened in the past, before responsibility or some punishment was administered as a result of that. But we should not look back. September 17th, a new fight, and it's going to be an exciting fight.
The first two fights were controversial. I know you think you won. Did you feel, Triple G, despite the fact that you've had a legendary career, did you feel as though your career would be somewhat incomplete if you weren't able to right the wrong of the first two fights?
Однозначно нельзя убирать заслуги тех предыдущих двух боев. У них есть своя история. Это отличные бои, были выдающиеся бои, как бы кто бы что ни говорил. И перенижать заслуги тех двух боев, это было бы неправильно. Наш третий бой, это все будет заново, это все будет по-новому. То есть у этого третьего боя будет своя история. Посмотрим, как она будет.
It would not be right to erase the first two fights. Those were excellent fights, and they'll go into history as such, and we should not belittle the importance of the first two fights. Now, it's like we are starting from scratch, and this third fight will be a separate fight with you.
Do you like Canelo as a person? Do you like this man?
Ну, персонально, это качество. То есть здесь вообще неуместно говорить, два спортсмена, которые делают свою работу.
It would not be appropriate to discuss personal qualities. We are just too happy doing our job.
Would you say though that this fight, this rivalry, if you will, is it personal?
Это его мнение было, это его взгляд, это то, что он прокомментировал на спорт. Для меня это важно.
It was his opinion. That's what he said when he commented on this fight. But I don't see it this way.
Is there any chance you win this fight on Saturday and retire?
Вообще в жизни ничего не можно. Каждый шаг последовательно. Я думаю, надо будет смотреть дальше, что ждет. То есть будет победа, либо если это даже будет поражение, либо даже если это будет ничья. То есть все будет отталкиваться от спроса на дальнейшее.
You know, everything is possible in life. You just do one step at a time, and we'll see whether it's a win or a loss or a draw. We'll play along according based on the situation.
And just curious, recently, there's a very famous fighter in MMA that fought on Saturday named Nathan Diaz, and I saw a picture a year or so ago. You, him, and Petr Yan were standing outside a restaurant. What did you talk to Diaz about that day?
Это было отличное время. Пользуясь случаем, я поздравляю Диаса с его победой. Он показал, что он мастер своего дела и легенда своего спорта. Чтобы больше мы отлично повели, так что и Петр Ян был, и Нейт Диас, то есть и ребята, которые были вместе, мы отлично повели вместе.
I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate Nate Diaz on his win. He proved that he is a true master and a legend in his sport. Those were great times, and with Nate Diaz and Petr Yan and some other guys, we had a great time on that day.
I want to wish you the best, Triple G. Good luck to you on Saturday. I can't wait for the fight. It's always an honor to speak to you. It's an honor to watch you fight. And we are all looking forward to you settling the score on Saturday. All right, there he is, the great Triple G.
Yeah.
All right, the great Triple G, the great Gennadiy Golovkin. We only had a few minutes with him, and thought it was one of Frank's best moments as an audio guy on this show. I mean, golly, how is that possible?
Yeah.
What happened there, Frank?
They're like 15 feet away from him.
I mean,
Zoomed in.
Were they really 15 feet
That's
away?
what it sounds like they are using the camera as their microphone source.
I mean, golly, Frank. The one guy was yelling, and I could hear him perfectly.
Yeah, there's another guy on that meeting that had his own microphone set up.
Whose fault do you think that was?
Whoever set that camera up. I know what you're trying to do here.
Definitely not your fault.
Okay, what are you doing?
That's what the people came for.
What's more annoying, that sound?
That the whole interview was more annoying
Or
than what you
getting
just did.
Triple G and him sounding like he was 45 feet away from the microphone. Someone on the YouTube chat says first time Ariel's lost in an interview. No chance. By the way, for the record, I only had 10 minutes with him. So in case anyone is saying that I cut that short, we actually went over it a little bit. He's on a satellite tour. Eddie went a little long, so I actually only had till 4:40 with him. You guys know that, right? You could back me up on that?
Completely.
So,
Sure.
It did still just feel really quick. So
well, yeah,
that's
not as quick as Canelo's 4 minutes. Remember that one?
All-time interview in MMA history, they say. MMA Hour history.
Eddie was great, though. I could talk to that guy for hours. He's unbelievable. All right, let me get back to thank you very much to Triple G and his team for that classic, and thank you to Eddie Hearn as well. Let's finish up the on the nose questions. We were at 19, right? Yes. Someone saying Sasha Banks, still the worst interview ever. Correct. 1000%. That one will live in infamy. Okay, here we go. This is number 20. Hello, hello. Ariel, listening to your 6+ hours of live coverage on Friday was radio gold. It reminded me of Howard on 9/11. I mean, let's not get crazy. That is quite the stretch. Hearing the live moment-to-moment reaction from all of you, plus the callers, it felt like we were in the room with you. Any chance we get a Nate interview anytime soon? Any word on a fight for Nick? Nothing at the moment for Nick. Nate interview, you know, those are few and far between. Obviously, we try, but nothing scheduled at the moment. Olajuwon Dream. Good afternoon, Ariel. Want to thank you for including my Nate sub round 4-5 plus 200 or 2,800 ticket in the big hitter segment on Monday's show. That was all GC, nothing to do with me. I do have a question, though. This is for you, GC, or anyone in the studio. Do you ever get overwhelmed with all of the engagement you get on social media? Personally, if someone tweets at me, I feel bad if I don't respond since they took out time from their day to reach out. I feel like it's the least I could do, but sometimes when you're getting a ton of engagement, it's just not possible. But I don't want to feel like I'm playing favorite, so I still reply to everyone. Wow, Olajuwon Dream is that popular where he's having to worry about these things. How did or do you find the balance in all of this? Much love. I will say early on in my career, I did feel the same, like I had to reply to everyone. Now it's impossible. Also, I have this filter thing on. I try to not look at the comments too much just because that's going to mess you up. You have the verified tab. You look at the other tab. You'll get stuff from people who you follow. I don't know. Do you get overwhelmed, GC?
My Instagram DMs are open. That can get pretty overwhelming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just have to, I don't know. You just have to kind of figure it out and not try to respond to everyone. It could be too much. Hi, Ariel. My name is Iran, and I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. Shalom, Chaver. I listened to your show and follow your career since 2010 and can say without hesitation that Independent Helwani is the best version of you that I have ever seen. Wow. Fun facts. I called my daughter Ariel. Do you think he did that for me?
That's why you brought it up.
We met, talked, and took photos at UFC 205 and 229. Wow. I worked as a sports journalist and covered the UFC. This leads me to my question. I'm in love with the sport, but in my opinion, so much stuff must change. So much stuff must change. I listen to every Dana White scrum and cannot stop laughing every time. I have no idea if the journalists over there believe him or if they're actually dumb. Wow, a lot of hatred towards the traveling media. What goes through your mind when they ask these mediocre questions and don't answer back when he's defiantly lying? I don't know. I'd like to think they just don't have all the information. And again, I will say it's a lot easier said than done. It's a lot easier to sit back and be like, they should say that, they should say this, they should say that. I know I'm super in the weeds. And sometimes, you have to recognize that it's an interview or a press conference or a scrum and not a debate session. So there's all these things that come into play. Again, I will say one more time, I definitely think as a whole, there's less quality out there on the road, but certainly on the whole, covering the sport, there's a ton of great journalists and a ton of people who I think are comfortable reporting facts, telling the truth, telling it like it is, pushing back. Whatever you want out of your journalists, you can find it somewhere. And so I think there's enough of it out there. If you don't feel like you're getting it in those moments, I think you could get it in other places, and I wouldn't, get too hung up on it. Dan, Ariel, predict who will take part in the next title fight in the following divisions. Women's bantamweight. Damn. Caitlin Vieira, Amanda Nunes. Featherweight. Is that men's featherweight? I guess it means men's featherweight, right? Just looking at the rankings here. Volk and Yair. Welterweight. Leon and Usman. Heavyweight. And Ganu Jones.
I meant to ask, is atom weight a real thing?
Yes, it is. That is 105.
Wow.
Yeah, there's so 105 is Adam, 15 is strawweight, 25 flyweight, 35 bantamweight, 45.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. Invicta has atom weight, and there are some fighters who have come from the atom weight division to the UFC. Most notable, Michelle Watterson, Jinyu Frey. There's been a couple, or is it Fry? I always mess that up. Anyway, Hut, love the show. Shout out to Mysterious Frank, Connor, everyone else that makes this thing happen. At what point, if any, does Dana White become a liability for the UFC? Golly. By the way, I just want to say, I don't pick any of these questions, all right? This is all Lewis. So if you feel like I have some...
Just blame Lewis.
I mean, golly. There's a lot of hatred here. By the way, did you guys see... I just saw briefly... I mean, should we talk about it or not?
Yeah, bring it up.
Do you know what I'm about to say?
No.
You have no idea?
Not a clue.
GC, you know what I'm about to say?
No, I actually don't.
No clue.
I'm racking my brain right now. No.
Kind of scaring me.
Back and forth, Dana and Schaub.
Oh, did this happen today?
Yeah.
or-
Did you see? You saw the comment last night.
And then the Instagram post.
Yes.
From Schaub. Yes, it's lengthy.
By the way, I mean, Schaub came out pretty hot there. Who won that round? I said that's 10-7 Dana before even seeing the reply, but that was quite the reply. By the way, could we just note, I never got a reply like that. What do you guys think that is?
Oh,
Not big enough.
too sensitive.
Oh, wow. That's not what I thought you were going to. Where's the loyalty here?
I was making a quote from before.
He, cometh the king, best on this. Quite the reply. What do you guys think? Who's winning? This is fun. We haven't seen them feud in quite a while.
I mean, there's some good lines in here. You put on a pair of designer jeans and some hip sneakers.
What's up with those tucked in shirts these days? You see he's wearing a lot of tucked in shirts?
Yeah, I feel like he gets bigger every time I see him.
But the shirts look like they're tailored almost.
I would hope they're tailored with the amount of money that he
Do people tailor t-shirts?
Yes.
Oh, you're saying
They definitely do.
I'm talking about the t-shirts.
Yeah.
People tailor t-shirts?
Yes.
You have too much money for tailoring your t-shirts.
I mean, a lot of actors
what
do that.
Dana White has.
Yeah. So you guys aren't weighing in on this? You're just going to leave me...
I need to...
Who won? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, who's winning right now?
I don't know.
If that was a round, right? So Dana has the quick little, it was actually Brandon Schaub, not surprised, whatever. And then he comes back with this long post. That's the round. That's round one.
I would say Dana won the round because his was like a nice zinger, short, right off the cuff. Schaub weighed in with this incredibly long Instagram post. I kind of wish Schaub went on his show.
I thought Schaub only responds on his show.
Yeah, I thought he doesn't do social media.
Well.
Does he read the comments? I'm still confused about that.
Low budget Vince McMahon.
That's a good, I mean, listen, we have...
Did pretty good.
I mean, they're not terrible in here. Like, the insults aren't terrible.
We
but
have no skin in the game. We want everyone to get along. I mean, we're big fans of both guys.
We're just viewers, but I
we're just
think
viewers.
from a viewer's perspective, I give it to Dana. Quick, off the top, zinger. It was funny.
What do you think would happen if Dana responded with, could you walk me to my truck? Like, imagine Dana then becomes the CEO. Imagine he starts like dropping zingers.
And then reunited.
Yo,
with the current CEO.
could you imagine next post-fight press conference this Saturday, Dana walks up to the dais and puts down like a plate from P.F. Chang's and just starts eating orange chicken?
That would be awesome.
Golly. I mean,
what if the F at Friday this week is orange chicken?
Oh.
From P.F. Chang's.
You know, I've never seen an F at Friday before. I've heard about it.
What?
I'm blocked.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They're great way to
see
kick off the
sometimes-
weekend.
Is it like a thing?
It's a thing for me. On
Every Friday?
He does it every Friday. Yeah, I see it. I don't know if he just pumps out like 5 or 6 of them, changes outfits, they give him a new dish, and it's like, all right, we're good with the F Fridays for
the month,
next month, or if he really does it every week.
Wow, that would be a question to ask him. No one's asking about F at Friday. You know, these journalists have to do a better job. They have to ask about F at Friday. It's been a while since Dana was in like a good old fashioned feud. You think he responds to that or no? I don't think he responds.
No.
I think he couldn't care less.
I doubt he's even going to read this right now.
There's a part of me that Dana like thinks that Dana like seeks this. You know, he likes this. But then there's a part of me that's also like 2006 Dana responds. 2022 Dana goes like on his private yacht and couldn't care less.
I wish he tagged Dana in it. He just hashtagged.
Was it a comment? Where was the comment?
He made a whole post.
And what was the picture?
Dana White blasts effing stupid UFC 279 conspiracy theory takes shot at Brendan Schaub.
I mean,
It's
it's such a benign shot too. It's just a joke singer. I didn't really think it warranted all
It's
that.
a screenshot from MMA Fighting.
Oh wow, really?
Posted, yeah. I mean, I think that's an ode to you there.
He wrote it in the comments?
This long thing Brendan did? It's the caption for the post. He made a post and it's like a 3 or 4 paragraph caption.
But was it in the comments?
Jake Paul, top comment. God damn it, you got me there.
Wait, Jake Paul's comment on the post?
He did comment on the post.
What? This is an incredible love triangle. What did he write?
3 check marks.
That's it?
Yep. 1,200 likes.
It says a lot.
On the post or on the comment?
Comment. 30,000 likes on the post.
Wow. By the way, how do we feel about Jake saying at the presser yesterday that he was playing the MMA community like a fiddle?
That was pretty funny.
I thought he liked us.
Yeah, well,
I think he does.
Yeah, I think so too. All right.
You can like your fiddle and play it too.
Can I put a poll on the YouTube chat or no?
I think you've asked this several times. I don't know.
And what's the answer? Let me see here. People, nature. No. Do you know, GC?
Nah, it's above my pay grade.
You don't know if we could put a poll? I want to ask the... Okay, fine. Forget the poll. This is a question for the YouTube chat. Who won that round? Dana or Bishop? Just put a name in there. I don't know how to put up the poll. They're telling me to put up a poll. I don't know how. Let me see. Press these buttons. Pop out chat, participants, toggle. No. They're saying you can put up the poll, but I guess we're on a bit of a delay, aren't we?
Are you on the MMA Fighting account?
No. Oh, that's
how you
why.
have to do it.
Are you on the MMA Fighting account?
With this whole new computer thing, I got logged out.
No one gave you the account? I'm just waiting for the answers to roll in. I feel like we need
And you
to
can make a poll.
Oh, here it is. Okay, they're rolling in. Dana by nonchalant decision. Neither Dana. Wow. Unanimous. Dana. They're both losers compared to you. Oh, thanks. All right. Seems like everyone thinks Dana. There you have it. Anyway, back to the question. Myself and my friends have been watching since the first season of Tough, so 05 or 06. Definitely thought Dana was a great personality, funny, edgy, badass. Now, however, he seems more toxic, disgruntled, kind of a piece of blah, blah, blah. Considering some of the things he says regarding not really caring about the fighter, just curious if you see the UFC going, no. He's very good friends with Ari and Patrick Whitesell, the owners of Endeavor, or the CEOs, whatever they call themselves, and it ain't happening, guys. Unless he wants it to happen, I don't see it happening. Or unless something happens, which would lead for him to leave. Let's see what else is going on with this pool. Dana. 10-7 Dana. There's a lot of Dana here. Schaub got so hurt. Dana won. Oh, GC's in there. What, you can weigh in there, but you can't weigh in here? Dana again. Is this a fake GC or is this really you?
No, that's me.
Why can't you weigh in on the show?
What do you mean? I am weighing in. I said I thought Dana won.
Okay, fine. El Peruano. What does El Peruano mean? Because Lewis said that's a tremendous name. Frank, do you know what that means?
No.
Do you speak Spanish, Frank?
No, Andy's telling me it's Peruvian.
Oh.
The Peruvian.
Why is that a tremendous name?
Maybe he just liked the way it sounded.
It means the Peruvian. All right. It's also the name of the official daily newspaper of Peru.
Does Lewis have ties to Peru?
I don't know. Viva Hilwani. Frank, can Ariel have a sound pad so he can do the breaking news and the womp womp as soon as needed? Or would that be giving him too much power?
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I can't get you to use the mute button.
By the way, We had breaking news on the show, and you didn't do the sound.
No, Eddie said that he wasn't going to.
He gave us everything. That's news. Katie Taylor, October 29th. Let me type this in. Katie Taylor. All those boxing jabrones better give us credit. Thank you. Oh, damn it. 8 days ago it was reported. Golly. We're not going to get any credit for this. He made it. Oh, Wembley Arena. September 2nd? Eddie.
He said to pay attention to the spot because then he was going to reveal it later.
Here I was.
Did you pay attention to that interview? Or?
What? He said, I'll give you a little something.
All right.
I got too excited. Anyway, how about them going up against Jake and Anderson? Maybe I won't go to Arizona after all. For the boys in the back, what was your experience in getting to know Ariel when you first started? Oh, here we go. What first impressions proved to be true or false? Thanks to the team and Ariel, longtime listener. This is the best show. The best the show has ever been. You all make my day every Monday and Wednesday. All right, you go first, Frank.
First impressions? Kind of short.
The truth is, you had no idea who I was.
Oh, I knew.
You didn't know.
Yeah,
you knew nothing about MMA.
I scouted it out, yeah.
Did you have any first impressions?
I thought you were kind of short.
You really did?
Yeah.
Initially, when you met me?
That was my first impression.
Usually people say...
like, hey, look, that guy's kind of short.
Wow.
I'm not saying like overly short.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first impression.
All right.
The second one, you're pretty funny. And then I felt like I might disappoint you because I think you assumed I was Jewish. And I'm like, oh man, how am I going to break this to him?
What are you talking about?
This is literally what you get that vibe. People are like, you're in the tribe. And then you notice my tattoos. And I was like, oh man, I think
When did I ever say that?
Then you asked like every day for 2 weeks.
That's such a lie. I asked you if you were Jewish?
Yes. I have a feeling you're about to ask me again right now.
Are you? I feel like you still haven't answered. All right. That's a weird answer. GC, what about you? I mean, we kind of knew each other, though.
Yeah, first impressions.
We worked together.
Yeah, you booking your own guests, which was...
You were like, this is the greatest job of all time.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this makes things easy.
Have you ever met a host that books his own guests?
No.
Never?
Nope.
All your years of working in media, ESPN, radio, whatever.
No, the best they would do would be like send over a number for someone they want to have on a show and be like, book this person.
Would you say it's unprecedented? Especially this caliber. We're not talking about, C-level. We're talking about A+ guests right here.
Yes, unprecedented.
All right, thank you.
I've never booked one guest for this show. I would book 20 a week when I was working in radio.
What a gig.
Yeah, so those were nice first impressions. And then another one that sticks out during the interview process for this job, did one interview, and then 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later, whatever it was, get on my Twitter, followed by Ariel Helwani, get on my Instagram, followed by Ariel Helwani. I was like, oh man, he's really giving away. I feel like the interview went well then.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you, but
they were like, yeah, we'll
I didn't say that. Listen, because the thing was, I knew you, sort of. We had the mutual friend, Troy. I mean, he lacks loyalty, but he doesn't, he's usually good with his advice and his recommendations. Loyalty, horrible. I mean, one of the most disloyal people. Is it disloyal or unloyal?
Disloyal.
Disloyal? Anyway, and I mean, a bit of a reflection on the other people we spoke to too, right? The bar was so low that we had.
Come on.
Well, I'm just saying, we didn't connect with anyone.
So, okay, real quick. What were your first impressions of us?
Well, I feel like me following GC after the first chat was kind of a
pretty
telltale sign.
Still don't think you follow me on any social
That's
media.
such a lie. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But was it after the first chat, or did we have more than one chat? I don't even remember.
That was the first one.
Yeah, it was the first one.
I think you then also texted me too.
Whoa.
You're like, oh yeah, that went great, man. I was like,
listen,
you're supposed to play the cards.
I like what I like.
Chest.
You know what I did remember about the following? You didn't follow me, and I thought that was weird. I was questioning. I was like,
back or already?
Already. I was like, oh, let me look this guy up. Obviously, he followed. He did his due diligence. He knew.
Who said I didn't look at the social platforms? I didn't want to, dive in too deep and then get my heart broken.
No, but I mean, you're an MMA guy. You're probably following one of the top guys, right?
Sure.
They're like, don't make any travel arrangements yet.
But he didn't follow. You didn't follow until much later.
I think when you followed me, I gave the follow back. I think the record should show.
I think I went back and checked a couple days later.
I gave the follow back.
Anyway, and then Frank, I was like, wow, this guy's great. You know, we've had some really good audio guys in the past, but this guy seems like he's really on top of it. I mean, my impression was you were a real captain. You know, like you really took charge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that's that. It's a lot of compliments here to end the show. I don't know if we all feel very comfortable about it. Are the poll results still rolling in? Mutual friend. Lacking loyalty. What brand shirt does he wear? Ariel's 5-1 confirmed. Come on.
I'm so sorry.
What is this?
It's 5-4 and a little more, I thought.
This is crazy. Talking about my flannels. Appreciate you guys. All right. That does it for our questions. Had to finish them up. I really like the opening the show with On the Nose. Felt like we had some zest
some
there.
Energy
had some energy. Felt good about it. I really didn't think Daniel Rodriguez would show up, so that was a win. And I would say, Triple G was a big fat L. Worst interview in the history of the show?
Triple G?
Yeah.
The audio may have been the worst.
Yeah, but not the content.
In the shows.
What content? I don't even know what he said.
He said, thanks for having me on the show. I'm a big fan.
I don't know. Okay, is it weird that the two worst interviews since we came back were Triple G and Canelo? And they're fighting each other?
Yeah, so we have a parlay going. You can't
It's
be
weird.
jinxing this whole thing here.
It's very weird. Maybe we'll just stick to Eddie Hearn when it comes to boxing interviews.
I don't think Eddie would have let that interview happen like that.
No, absolutely not. Well, I'll have a word with him. He was so good. Although I feel weird now that he kind of made me believe that we were getting breaking news, and it's not even anything near breaking news. Don't even have the opponent. Didn't even give us a hint. Although I feel like it's someone who's not relatively well known. In any event, that's it. We are done. Let's call it a day. Frank? Nevertheless, fun show. Cory Sandhagen was fantastic. Really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed having Michael Chandler on as always. And enjoyed having Eddie Hearn. Daniel Rodriguez, what a story. And of course, should I change my pick now? Should I go with Canelo now that Triple G came with the bad audio, or would that be petty?
That would be pretty petty.
It is a little telling. You were like, Canelo only gave us 4 minutes, and then we got that out of Triple G.
Yeah. What is that telling?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm also confused.
In any event, I just want to say I hope, Dana and Brendan figure out their differences. Imagine they fight on the next Jake Paul card. Who do you think would win that fight? What would the line be?
I think Shaw would win.
I actually don't know if that's true.
From what I've been able to gather, he was a pretty good fighter.
I feel like people have forgotten that he fought in the UFC at this point. What do you think the line would be, GC?
On Dana Schaub?
Yeah.
I mean, Schaub, like minus. In an MMA fight or boxing fight?
Boxing.
Minus 250 or something?
Couldn't disagree more. At
I think
best,
Dana's favorite.
I'll go, Schaub minus 165. Think about it. UFC Apex 71? Wouldn't that be something? Thanks to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Big weekend coming up. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.